Jamaica Votes, Jamaica Elections, live stream of the ballot count. Be a part of the cyber audience. The Gleaner, your election authority.
To ensure that distance is maintained so that we do not facilitate the spread of the COVID-19 virus during this very important process.
In 1969, every election run me vote.
Today I will watch our now. And in our move.
I choose to vote for Jamaica Labour Party because the future is brighter with the Jamaica Labour Party.
I believe that this party is a better party.
I wasn't going to vote at all, but when I heard that there's an independent candidate on this ticket, I decided to get up and be a part of the process.
How when I sweet this election this.
I say 100%, I say 100.999, now 1.9 go back high.
We look at life through different lenses. But with each one, we experience pride, sorrow, fear, success, joy. We grow and we change. The Gleaner, where life unfolds.
Not all multi-link debit card transactions are made equal. Some are amusing, others are fun. Some happen in the middle of the night, many happen on the run. Some are for necessities and some are just a treat. A few are unexpected and some are planned for weeks. But all of them are important, all of them unique. So Multilink empowers you with secure 24/7 all-island access to your money so you can complete the most important transaction of all, yours.
Home internet from Flow can do so much more for you. It helps you stay closer to your family, wherever they are. Start a business of your own from home. High-speed online gaming, Flow Fiber is perfect for it. You can even learn something new, and you can enjoy it all with a Flow Internet and Home Phone combo plan for a special 3-month introductory price of only $3,499 plus GCT per month. We are Jamaica's largest network. Offer ends September 30, 2020. Conditions apply.
Bills to pay and funds to transfer? No problem. I do it all on my time with JN Bank Live Online Banking. It's my simple and secure online banking.
Phone credit need a top up? No problem. I do it with JN Bank Live Online Banking. It's my quick and easy experience with just a few clicks.
JN Bank Live, online banking that goes where you go. 24-hour banking, faster, easier experience. Sign up today. Visit jnbank.com. JN Bank will help you find a way.
Things are a little different these days. But when it comes to banking, you can keep doing what you normally do, right from home. Bank your way, 24/7 with Scotiabank.
Ensure that distance is maintained so that we do not facilitate the spread of the COVID-19 virus during this very important process.
In 1969, every election run me vote.
Today I will approach our now. And in our move.
I choose to vote for Jamaica Labour Party.
11 o'clock, the voter turnout was just around 16.9%. It has increased somewhat by 3 o'clock. It was just around 30-odd%. But what is the significance of the voter turnout at the 2020 elections? Darren Luton is the Gleaner's editor for political affairs. He will be addressing this issue. Darren, it's been low voter turnout, do we say?
Yes, very, very low voter turnout. The last has said 31%. Maybe it would get up to about 35-40%. The hour between 4 and 5. That's a COVID hour. I don't know if they're going to be mobilizing enough people to get out and vote during that time. What it does, therefore, is raises serious questions about the health of our democracy. So here it is that the population, every 5 years or so, get a chance to look at fundamental governance issues. Yes? Big spending, long campaigns, impressive advertisements both in print, online, social media. And you're unable in most instances to motivate and to get out 10,000 voters on each ticket in various constituencies. Yes?
Impacted the voter turnout this time round. What do you make of those variables versus what we saw on the ground today?
The presence of COVID was obviously a serious issue. A lot of people
thought that it was effectively a referendum of their own lives to decide whether or not do I risk it and die or do I vote. And when you put it in such stark terms, it becomes an issue that, well, I must look for myself first. So I think a lot of people stayed away out of fear. Whether that fear was rational or irrational, I mean, only the person who is making that decision, knowing their own health and personal situation, can make it. But it obviously affected the turnout.
Dr. Thiem, was COVID the only issue?
I agree that coronavirus was important. People clear the people become energized in elections did not occur in this election, and I think that impacted people. But certainly there is a question of the level of disaffection that people feel. The idea that they don't think it matters whether or not they show up at the polls in terms of their futures and their lives as they are currently. I think that's a real question on the table for how we understand elections and turnout.
But Darian, let's go back to the issue of the voter turnout. What does it really mean for the incumbent and for the party trying to get into government?
Well, conventional wisdom is that it favors the incumbent, except the last election we saw the low voter turnout favored the opposition at the time, the JLP. So it comes down now to the ground game. Who is able to mobilize those voters, those persons who may love the party enough but may not be sure whether they wanted to vote, to get out the vote on the day. And in fact, if you were looking across much of our coverage online today, you would have recognized that a lot of the voters going out, a lot of elderly people who I really thought would have been staying home. So I wouldn't be surprised if when the data is crunched later on in terms of age group turnout, that again young people have stayed away, and the older voters who perhaps would be more fearful or should be more fearful of COVID are a lot of those persons who are out there exercising and expressing themselves through the ballot.
Well, so far the PNP is leading in 7 seats, the JLP leading in 20 seats. Among those, we have Kingston Western. Some 23,306 eligible voters are in Kingston Western. So far, the JLP's Desmond McKenzie, he has 687 votes to the PNP's Joseph Witter with 71 votes. I'm sure that this is something we can put in the box already for the JLP.
Definitely.
Well, let's move over to some of the other constituencies, none yet declared, but in St. Andrew West Rural, Crystal Tomlinson now on 72 votes, Juliet Cuthbert-Flynn 176, and of course this is just 2 boxes out of the 132 which are down. What are you expecting for St. Andrew West Rural, Darian?
St. Andrew West Rural is one of those seats that a lot of people tend to put it in a marginal. I think if it's marginal, it is a strong marginal JLP seat. I don't expect a lot of earthquake there today.
Right. Clive, you would have been following this one quite closely with, it's one of several constituencies where you're seeing the duel between women. Cuthbert Flynn and Crystal Tomlinson, what do you expect to be playing out tonight?
It depends. I agree with what Darian said about the ground game. Really depends on how it is, particularly if this is going to be a fair contest. The PNP would have to get a lot of people, I think, from some of the more remote parts of the constituency. I agree exactly with, as Darian said, that this, if it was marginal, it will be marginal towards the JLP. The only way the PNP can win is if they bring out a lot of voters.
Sure.
Curiously enough, I voted in that constituency
Well,
today.
we're not going to ask you who you voted for.
No, and I wouldn't tell you. It's a secret. But for the purpose of the experience of being there, I didn't find as many young people as I did on the last occasion. This one, I found a lot of middle-aged persons who were there and many repeat voters, if you want to call them that, persons who had been comfortable with the exercise of their franchise, but not as many energized young people as in 2016 when they were out in numbers and in droves.
Well, let me run a list. I'm sure you can interrupt me at any point if you have results that you think we should be going through. But let me just run a list of the constituencies in which the JLP is leading. Kingston Western, Kingston Central, St. Andrew West Rural, St. Andrew Eastern, St. Andrew East Rural, Portland Eastern, St. Mary Western, St. Anne Northeastern, St. Anne Southwestern, St. James East Central, Hanover Western, Westmoreland Eastern, Manchester Southern, Manchester Central, Clarendon Northern, Clarendon Southeastern, St. Catherine Southwestern, St. Catherine Central, St. Catherine North Central, St. Catherine West Central, and St. Catherine Northeastern. Any surprises at this early part of the game, Doreen, that these are the constituencies in which the JLP is leading?
Except for the constituencies that select themselves, people call them the garrisons or so on, or really safe seats. You really don't want to be calling the election until you're about 75% of the boxes counted, and you know where the other ballots are coming from.
And here are the constituencies in which the PNP is leading: St. Andrews Southwestern, St. Thomas Eastern, Portland Eastern, St. Anne Southeastern, St. Anne Northwestern, Trelawney Northern, St. Elizabeth Northwestern, St. Catherine Southern, and St. Catherine North Central. What do you make of where the PNP is leading?
And the comment remains the same. I have said until about 75% of the box. You see, you don't want to start celebrating if you don't know where the ballots are coming from, if you're a party supporter out there. One of the things to know, the way they count the ballots, is that those that are closest to the counting center tends to be counted first. But also...
Repeat that, Doreen.
Those ballots, those boxes that are closest to the counting center, they tend to be counted first.
Those are the divisions that are nearest.
Yes, the divisions that are nearest. Also, one of the things that you want to look out for in an election like this, the indoor agents, having gone through the long day from 6 o'clock this morning, 7 at start a poll. They are inside there now, locked while the ballots are being counted. They are taking notes, making objections, looking what ballots they have, and sending a tally out to their member of parliament to be, or their candidate to say, this is where we are. The candidate now is making a tally of what number, the number of votes that have been counted in various PDs to give them an idea where they are at, and so on. So with less than 10-15% of the ballots counted, you may just be counting the box from your stronghold and celebrating while a river is about to flow over you. Yeah.
Right. So let's go back to the constituency of St. Andrew West Rural. And Dr. Thiem, I want you to come in here because we've been talking about the duel between the females. This time round, you have 34 females in the race for a seat in respective constituencies, 12 of them from the People's National Party, 18 of them from the JLP, and around about 4 independent women candidates. This is by far a significant leap from what has become custom.
I wanted to comment earlier on the seat and the question of whether or not it is marginal in the first place. I think that Cuthbert Flynn won by a significant, a respectable showing in the last election, so that a lot of work would have to be done by Crystal Tomlinson in order to bridge that gap. The votes were 9,742 to 7,517. To me, that is respectable. On the question of the number of candidates, we are seeing significantly more, but it's still below 30% of women who are running in this contest. That seems to me to be a small number. And then the question becomes, what is the possibility for these women to be victorious in the campaign? You see there are a lot of peering. In this case, for example, 2 women candidates that we could argue are credible candidates were paired against each other. The question could become, why not put Crystal in a different seat where she could have, we could have a better chance of 2 women ending up in Parliament, for example. And I think that many of the candidates that, are in the cycle are not likely to win.
Very well. We'll come back on some of those issues later on, but we're going to take a break now. Going out with the results coming in from St. Thomas Eastern, where Dr. Fenton Ferguson, he has 53% of the votes cast so far, 1,122 to Michelle Charles Freeman of the JLP, who has 985. This is 29 boxes out of 123. But we take our first break. This on Jamaica Votes. We'll be right back.
We look at life through different lenses. But with each one, we experience pride, sorrow, fear, success, joy. We grow and we change. The Gleaner, where life unfolds.
Not all multi-link debit card transactions are made equal. Some are amusing, others are fun. Some happen in the middle of the night, many happen on the run. Some are for necessities and some are just a treat. A few are unexpected and some are planned for weeks. But all of them are important, all of them unique. So Multilink empowers you with secure 24/7 all-island access to your money so you can complete the most important transaction of all, yours.
Home internet from Flow can do so much more for you. It helps you stay closer to your family wherever they are. Start a business of your own from home. High-speed online gaming, Flow Fiber is perfect for it. You can even learn something new, and you can enjoy it all with a Flow Internet and Home Phone combo plan for a special 3-month introductory price of only $3,499 plus GCT per month. We are Jamaica's largest network. Offer ends September 30, 2020. Conditions apply.
Bills to pay and funds to transfer? No problem. I do it all on my time with JN Bank Live Online Banking. It's my simple and secure online banking.
Phone credit need a top up?
We're sorry.
No problem. I do it with JN Bank Live Online Banking. It's my quick and easy experience with just a few clicks.
JN Bank Live, online banking that goes where you go. 24-hour banking, faster, easier experience. Sign up today. Visit jnbank.com. JN Bank will help you find a way.
Things are a little different these days. But when it comes to banking, you can keep doing what you normally do, right from home. Bank your way, 24/7 with Scotiabank.
Stay connected. Get the Gleaner and the Star at your nearest supermarket, gas station, or pharmacy. Or subscribe for your home delivery or e-paper subscription today. The Gleaner and the Star have you covered with details of the impact and plans for the COVID-19 pandemic, government releases, health and other features, classifieds, postponed events, plus more. Get the Gleaner and the Star at your nearest supermarket, gas station, or pharmacy. Or by home delivery or e-paper subscription today. The Gleaner, where life unfolds. The Star, the people paper.
We look at life through different lenses. But with each one, we experience pride, sorrow, fear, success, joy. We grow and we change. The Gleaner, where life unfolds.
Not all multi-link debit card transactions are made equal. Some are amusing, others are fun. Some happen in the middle of the night, many happen on the run. Some are for necessities and some are just a treat. A few are unexpected and some are planned for weeks. But all of them are important, all of them unique. So Multilink empowers you with secure 24/7 all-island access to your money so you can complete the most important transaction of all, yours.
Home internet from Flow can do so much more for you. It helps you stay closer to your family wherever they are. Start a business of your own from home. High-speed online gaming, Flow Fiber is perfect for it. You can even learn something new, and you can enjoy it all with a Flow Internet and Home Phone combo plan for a special 3-month introductory price of only $3,499 plus GCT per month. We are Jamaica's largest network. Offer ends September 30, 2020. Conditions apply.
Bills to pay and funds to transfer? No problem. I do it all on my time with JN Bank Live Online Banking. It's my simple and secure online banking.
Phone credit need a top up?
We're sorry.
No problem. I do it with JN Bank Live Online Banking. It's my quick and easy experience with just a few clicks.
JN Bank Live, online banking that goes where you go. 24-hour banking, faster, easier experience. Sign up today. Visit jnbank.com. JN Bank will help you find a way.
Things are a little different these days. But when it comes to banking, you can keep doing what you normally do, right from home. Bank your way, 24/7 with Scotiabank.
Stay connected. Get the Gleaner and the Star at your nearest supermarket, gas station, or pharmacy. Or subscribe for your home delivery or e-paper subscription today. The Gleaner and the Star have you covered with details of the impact and plans for the COVID-19 pandemic, government releases, health and other features, classifieds, postponed events, plus more. Get the Gleaner and the Star at your nearest supermarket, gas station, or pharmacy. Or by home delivery or e-paper subscription today. The Gleaner, where life unfolds. The Star, the people paper.
We look at life through different lenses. But with each one, we experience pride, sorrow, fear, success, joy. We grow and we change. The Gleaner, where life unfolds.
Not all multi-link debit card transactions are made equal. Some are amusing, others are fun. Some happen in the middle of the night, many happen on the run. Some are for necessities and some are just a treat. A few are unexpected and some are planned for weeks. But all of them are important, all of them unique. So Multilink empowers you with secure 24/7 all-island access to your money so you can complete the most important transaction of all, yours.
Home internet from Flow can do so much more for you. It helps you stay closer to your family wherever they are. Start a business of your own from home. High-speed online gaming, Flow Fiber is perfect for it. You can even learn something new, and you can enjoy it all with a Flow Internet and Home Phone combo plan for a special 3-month introductory price of only $3,499 plus GCT per month. We are Jamaica's largest network. Offer ends September 30, 2020. Conditions apply.
Bills to pay and funds to transfer? No problem. I do it all on my time with JN Bank Live Online Banking. It's my simple and secure online banking.
Phone credit need a top up?
We're sorry.
No problem. I do it with JN Bank Live Online Banking. It's my quick and easy experience with just a few clicks.
JN Bank Live, online banking that goes where you go. 24-hour banking, faster, easier experience. Sign up today. Visit jnbank.com. JN Bank will help you find a way.
Things are a little different these days. But when it comes to banking, you can keep doing what you normally do, right from home. Bank your way, 24/7 with Scotiabank.
Stay connected. Get the Gleaner and the Star at your nearest supermarket, gas station, or pharmacy. Or subscribe for your home delivery or e-paper subscription today. The Gleaner and the Star have you covered with details of the impact and plans for the COVID-19 pandemic, government releases, health and other features, classifieds, postponed events, plus more. Get the Gleaner and the Star at your nearest supermarket, gas station, or pharmacy. Or by home delivery or e-paper subscription today. The Gleaner, where life unfolds. The Star, the people paper.
Thank you so very much for staying with us. This is Jamaica Votes, our coverage of a general election in Jamaica. We have been getting more and more results here in Kingston, Jamaica. And from Kingston, Jamaica, we go over to the constituency of St. Thomas Eastern, where Fenton Ferguson is now on 1,957 votes to Michelle Charles on 1,819. And let's give you a reminder of the constituencies in which the Jamaica Labour Party is leading. The JLP is leading in 25 constituencies. St. Catherine North Eastern, St. Catherine West Central, St. Catherine Central, St. Catherine Southwestern, Clarendon Southeastern, Clarendon North Central, Clarendon Northern, Manchester Central, Manchester Southern, St. Elizabeth Northeastern, Westmoreland Eastern, Hanover Western, St. James East Central, St. James East Central, yes, Trelawney Northern, St. Anne Southwestern, St. Anne Northwestern, St. Anne Northeastern, St. Mary Western, Portland Eastern, St. Andrew East Rural, as well as St. Andrew North Central, St. Andrew Northeastern, St. Andrew Eastern, St. Andrew West Rural, and Kingston Western. Those are the constituencies at this moment where the Jamaica Labour Party is leading. Let's look over to where the PNP is leading. There's Kingston Central, St. Andrew Southwestern, St. Thomas Eastern, St. Anne Southeastern, St. Elizabeth Northwestern, and St. Catherine Southern, as well as St. Catherine North Central. We have online on Zoom Dr. Jermaine McAlpin, who is in the United States. Hello, Dr. McAlpin, how are you? Not seeming to be hearing Dr. McAlpin just now, so let me go back to another of the panelists who had an interesting comment in the break. That is the comment that came from you, Clive Monroe Jr.
Which one is that?
Well, there were so many, eh? So you were saying to us that you went to the constituency where Crystal Tomlinson is going up against Juliet Cuthbert-Flynn.
Yes.
And you made some interesting observations. What were some of those?
The landscape as a snapshot, it wasn't as brimming with young, and I say young persons under 35, as in the 2016 election where they came out in droves. In this election, more middle-aged, mature persons had come out to vote. This would have been early voting, so between say 7, 9 o'clock in the morning. So I found that the turnout didn't seem to favor the same trend of, well, what had happened in 2016 of having a much higher turnout amongst low voters. It seems that some of that voter apathy of the younger generation might be seeping back in to the electoral process, which is regrettable because you really don't want them to stay away in the same way that when they vote, they become accustomed to the process and keep voting. When they don't vote, they also become apathetic over the long term.
You picked up something interesting in Manchester Central, Darren. What was that?
Well, if I was looking at Manchester Central and I saw 10 votes there for Rowan Chang. So a lot of people,
Chung.
And people are wondering whether he would get votes. So that's 10. But even more interesting is in Northwest St. Anne. Now, Peter Shand is about to pull a spoiler, I believe.
Shand?
Yes.
That's where Dayton Campbell is going up
votes
against
thus far. Yeah.
207
votes. 8% of the box is counted. Very, very early days. I would want to guess that these ballots are being counted in Brownstown. Dayton is, well, in second place at the moment. Yes? 46% of the votes to Crystal Lee, 48%. Now, 207 votes for Peter Shannon, independent candidate, a PNP independent candidate. This could spell danger for Dayton Campbell, who won, I think it was fewer than 400 votes.
Let me have a clarification to that term, a PNP independent candidate.
So, Peter Shannon has a long history with the PNP. There appears to have been some falling out, and Peter Shannon and elements within the PNP have decided that they will contest this election on an independent ticket. It appears to me, and the conventional wisdom would say that they will be taking votes from the party to which they are close. Dayton could be the person who is losing a lot of these votes. And it may be the case, just as we had in 1997, with the NDM coming on, that pulled votes from the Jamaica Labour Party. If Peter Shan continues to have a good night, then he might not only get back his deposit, but he may help to elect a new member of parliament in northwestern St. Anne.
Yes. Well, we're having the latest result just now. There are now 37 boxes of 127. Crystal Lee at 1,895. Dayton Campbell at 1,708. Clive Monroe Jr., any significance for you?
If you look at the difference, certainly the votes that Peter Shand has taken out, and I'm saying taken away from Dayton Campbell. Dayton Campbell would have been in the lead so far because he would have amassed almost 2,000 votes. He would have roughly about 199 vote swing. So if it is that this remains very close between Crystal Lee and Dayton Campbell and Peter Shand keeps taking up these votes, I agree with Darren that there's a spoiler in the works.
Let's try to see if we can get back Dr. McAlpin, who is joining us via Zoom. Do we have Dr. McAlpin there now already? Dr. McAlpin, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Yes, I can.
Well, how has it been going so far? You have been on the fringes, or do we say you have been in the center of observing what's going on?
Well, I've been observing as best as possible from a distance from 1,500 miles. But yes, I've been observing all the trends across the island.
Which are you most keen on, though, as you continue to look on the election results for 2020?
You mean in terms of a constituency?
Yes. Which are the constituencies you're watching?
I'm looking at Northwest Centre, and like Doreen was alluding to earlier, and other panelists, and I'm also looking at East Central, St. Catherine, and North Central Clarendon. So there are a few seats that I'm observing to see how they play out, because I think there are about 12 seats that I'm really watching to see, because ultimately I think they will decide the election.
Well, let me hear those 12, because probably we are watching the same seats.
Well, I'm certainly looking at East St. Andrew. It was won by 161 votes in 2016 by Favour Williams. I'm also looking at like I said, East Central. I'm looking at Northwest. I'm looking at North Trelawney. I'm looking at Southwest, Northeast St. Elizabeth. I'm looking at Dave Brown's seat, Eastern Hanover. I'm also watching Central Manchester. I'm very interested to see how many persons have cast a ballot for Smart World Technology or whatever his company is, Mr. Rohan Chung. Yes. And I'm also watching Southeast, my home constituency, Southeast St. Catherine, with Colin Fagan and Robert Miller.
Well, those are among some of the constituencies we believe will be key to this election. But the People's National Party's president, Dr. Peter Phillips, had earlier said he was looking for some 40 seats this election. This morning he was asked the same question, and he sought to have rescinded, saying that he's not putting a number on it. But so far, Doreen, we are just about an hour, maybe an hour and a half since the close of polls, and the JLP seems to be leading in the majority of the seats. Are you still at that same position? JLP now leading in 28 seats, PNP 11.
When 75% of the boxes are counted, I think then we'll know where we are going.
Well, another key thing to look at is the popular vote. So far, the JLP has 55,233 votes in terms of the popular vote. The PNP 42,223. Independent candidates 276. So that 10 of that is for Rohan Chung.
Yeah, Mr. Chung is doing very well, he will not get back his deposit. I can put that out there now. But 10 votes. And maybe the 10 persons who nominated him, who is doing well. If he can get over that number in terms of the number of people who nominated him, it would be a plus. It would be a win for him, and he would have also gotten public attention in the same way that Asta Black has gotten the level of public attention. I tell you a story. I remember being in West Portland for that by-election, that the dual citizenship by-election.
Yes.
And we were just spoken for at Asta Black. And he responded by saying, how many of you knew of Asta Black before politics? And it's $3,000 for the nomination fee, and the level of press coverage that you get is not something they can pay for.
Did you hear about Smart World or
Never
whatever
before,
it is? Never. But you know now. But you know now.
Yes, that is it.
So it in a sense, certainly from the publicity standpoint, it's worth every dollar.
People will be tasting the coffee.
Yes.
Yes.
Well, let's look over now to the popular vote. It keeps rolling. So the JLP is still leading in 28 seats, the PNP 11. The JLP, though, has 55,196 in the popular vote, the PNP 42,301. Any constituency you're picking up, Clive Monroe Jr., which is of significance at this point?
Right now, I was looking at the same Peter Shand the Northwest St. Anne seat, because I'm very, very fascinated by this seat. I'm really wondering if he will do what he set out to do and really spoil this vote. So far, Crystal Lee continues to be in the lead. She has 1,895 votes. Don't see any more votes for Mr. Shand. He's not 276. But Dayton Campbell so far, with 37 of the 127 boxes counted, he's up to 1,708 votes. So he's short the better part of 200 votes, with 276 to Mr. Shand.
Well, let's look at Clarendon Northern. This is another constituency to watch, where Dwight Sibley's of the JLP has 2,083 votes to Horace Daly of the PNP 1,644. It is expected that Clarendon Northern is going to prove to be a difficult one for the People's National Party. The JLP has said that it will be claiming the seat and seems very confident about that. Horace Daly is the incumbent. He would have won back in 2016, holding 7,029 votes to the Caswell Pinnock of the JLP 6,292. So Darren, you're also closely watching Clarendon Northern, I would imagine.
Yes, and if you remember 2007 when Horace Daly lost that seat to Larry Broderick, he said he lost because a lot of the people in the seat were on farm work. I don't think a lot of farm workers are overseas now. I think COVID has caused a lot of them to be here. And so Horace Daly will have to, I think, dig in and fight for his life here. It's interesting, though, it would be interesting to see where these votes are coming from. Yes? If they're coming from the Kellis division, then he would think that he could make it up back in Croftsdale or in and town. But otherwise, 44% to 56%. Though early days 16%, you need to get a little sprint now.
Yes. So Dr. McAlpin, what do you make of what's happening in the diaspora, though? You're in the United States. I'm sure you would be getting your calls or palms out there. What do you make of what's happening in the diaspora in relation to interest in the Jamaican elections?
Well, I think the next government will, whomever constituted, will have to seriously consider diaspora voting. I've had so many conversations about what is happening, and I think the attention factor is also much keener because we have far less things to occupy our times here because so many of us are working from home. Beyond that, I think the reality of the pandemic is also impacting the kind of interest that persons in the diaspora have, certainly from the ones I've been in communication with here in New York and in the tri-state area, New Jersey and friends in Connecticut. So I think there's a keen interest. Unfortunately, I don't think that translates into the kind of voting turnout that people are expecting. But certainly if you watch social media, the voter turnout on social media, I've never seen so many purple fingers in my entire life. Everyone is posting purple fingers. So I think there's a 90% voter turnout in social media, though I think the actual turnout won't be any more than 30% or thereabout.
But that is nothing new, though. We've always been hearing about people who are in the diaspora wanting to come back here and wanting to vote, and we've not had any real step made towards making that happen.
Well, I think there are issues of law, and I will leave that to Mrs. Walker Huntington to talk about. But I think from the political perspective, it sounds like a nice idea to rile up the diaspora, especially in light of economic contractions. I think Jamaica will have to rely on the diaspora even more significantly in the next financial quarter, given the economic contraction. But I honestly don't think any of the governments so constituted over the last 20 years have really seriously engaged the idea. Beyond talking about diaspora councils and diaspora commissions, I honestly think that it's full time that that kind of conversation becomes front and center, given not just the economic, but the social outreach and the social impact of the Jamaican diaspora, as large and influential as it is in South Florida, in the Northeast, in Canada, in the UK. I think we have to consider diaspora voting. I think from the perspective of those I've spoken to, it's not just a legal issue. I think it's also a question of how exactly and where exactly it would be done. Maybe we could use our consulates, maybe we could do absentee ballots, but I think the time is ripe to engage it. It has been tokenism thus far, and I don't expect that it's very high on the agenda of anyone who will constitute the next government.
Well, let's bring in Mrs. Walker Huntington now. Mrs. Delia Walker Huntington is an immigration attorney in the United States. Mrs. Walker Huntington, thank you so very much for joining us. What really has been the interest of the diaspora in the Jamaican elections from the United States where you are?
Thank you for having me. Let me.
I'm sorry, just checking.
Having a little difficulty hearing you, so I hope that everyone can hear me clearly. Good evening. So a few things. First of all, the interest that I've seen for this election in Jamaica has not been as engaged as I've seen in the past, and I think it could be too that we in the United States are in a election season, very heated, probably one of the most engaged election seasons in the United States in 2020. So from that perspective, I think I've seen it fallen off as in the past. But to piggyback on what Mr. McAlpin has been saying about the diaspora voting, I have never been for the diaspora voting in the sense of one person, one vote, because we're 2.9 million people approximately in Jamaica, and the diaspora is about 2 million. So the concern that I've had, of course, is that people outside of Jamaica could vote and influence the election in Jamaica without having to live with the consequences.
Because we have some results from St. Catherine North Central, where Natalie Nita Headley, or Natalie Nita, I beg your pardon, is going up against the JLP's Natalie Campbell Rodriguez. Natalie Nita has said that she is the Nita Natalie. She has 1,525 votes to the JLP's Campbell Rodriguez 1,138, with 29 boxes counted so far. 104 is the target. So again, Nita Headley 1,525, Campbell Rodriguez 1,138. Independent candidate John Henry has 9 votes, as well as Lloyd Smith, an independent candidate also who has 4 votes. But let's allow you to continue, Mrs. Walker Huntington.
Yes, are you coming back to me? Yes. Okay, so the difficulty with the diaspora voting is who are you going to vote for? We have a constituency-based parliamentary system in Jamaica. Who would you vote for if you're in the diaspora? There are other countries whose diaspora vote, but there are certain requirements. One is you must have a passport for your country. You have to pay taxes in your country. So I think those things have to be worked out. And from 2004, when the first diaspora conference was convened until now, we've had various politicians on both sides talk about whether or not they want to engage the diaspora in voting. And I think the consensus has been appointing or an elected member of the Senate from the diaspora. In 2010, the Joint Senate Committee on the Diaspora said a Senate representative, both leaders of parties now, Peter Phillips, Andrew Holness has talked about fuller engagement with the diaspora. Even Portia Simpson when she was Prime Minister, and Ed Bartlett when he was the shadow minister for the diaspora talked about this. And I think the important thing is to have the representation that we seek, the deeper engagement beyond remittances and NGOs. And I think representation in the Senate would be the best alternative. And I'm hoping that going forward, whoever forms the new government will form a deeper engagement along those lines to fully engage the diaspora, either by each party appointing a member of the Senate from the diaspora, or finding a mechanism for the election of a representative to sit in the Senate from the diaspora. I think that would go a long way towards showing members of the diaspora that the government is meaningful beyond the diaspora councils that Mr. McAlpin had talked about, or an advisory board, but something with more.
Thank you so very much for joining us. Delia Walker Huntington, an immigration attorney in the United States. Great. And as we say goodbye to Mrs. Walker Huntington, results coming in from St. Anne Southeastern, where the PNP's Lisa Hanna is trying to retain the seat. She has 2,840 votes. That's 2,840. And Delroy Granston, the late candidate of the Jamaica Labour Party, he has 2,829. That's close. We go to a break here on Jamaica Votes. We'll be right back.
We look at life through different lenses. But with each one, we experience pride, sorrow, fear, success, joy. We grow and we change. The Gleaner, where life unfolds.
Not all multi-link debit card transactions are made equal. Some are amusing, others are fun. Some happen in the middle of the night, many happen on the run. Some are for necessities and some are just a treat. A few are unexpected and some are planned for weeks. But all of them are important, all of them unique. So Multilink empowers you with secure 24/7 all-island access to your money so you can complete the most important transaction of all, yours.
Not getting what you want from your current provider? No unlimited talk and text to any network? Unlimited YouTube? Get unlimited local anywhere talk, all the social and YouTube you want, plus data. Here's your new SIM, your same number. Just dial *129 *6 $ to get your 5-day plan.
You were looking at me, I was looking at you. We didn't say much, but well, both
Call
of
me.
us knew.
JN Money Card send from abroad. JN Money Card. Send the money. Mo want withdraw in a hurry. JN Money Card free. With your TRN and your ID. And when me no walk with cash, me just swipe like that. From abroad to card. Get the JN Money Card. It's safe, convenient, and free. JN Money Card. Stay safe and collect funds on the JN Money Card.
Download the new Scotia app with a faster low-time bank wherever, whenever. Be in control and transfer funds or pay bills quicker with just a few taps and a swipe. Plus, we're serious about security. Want real-time notifications for all your transactions? Check. Log in with fingerprint? Check. Turn your credit card on and off? Triple check. Protected. Your money is safe and secure. Bank wherever, whenever with the new Scotia app.
Stay connected. Get the Gleaner and the Star at your nearest supermarket, gas station, or pharmacy. Or subscribe for your home delivery or e-paper subscription today. The Gleaner and the Star have you covered with details of the impact and plans for the COVID-19 pandemic, government releases, health and other features, classifieds, postponed events, plus more. Get the Gleaner and the Star at your nearest supermarket, gas station, or pharmacy. or by home delivery or e-paper subscription today. The Gleaner, where life unfolds. The Star, the people paper.
We look at life through different lenses. But with each one, we experience pride, sorrow, fear, success, joy. We grow and we change. The Gleaner, where life unfolds.
Not all multi-link debit card transactions are made equal. Some are amusing, others are fun. Some happen in the middle of the night, many happen on the run. Some are for necessities and some are just a treat. A few are unexpected and some are planned for weeks. But all of them are important, all of them unique. So Multilink empowers you with secure 24/7 all-island access to your money so you can complete the most important transaction of all, yours.
Not getting what you want from your current provider? No unlimited talk and text to any network? Unlimited YouTube? Get unlimited local anywhere talk, all the social and YouTube you want, plus data. Here's your new SIM, your same number. Just dial *129*6 to get your 5-day plan.
You were looking at me, I was looking at you. We didn't say much, but well, both of us do.
JN MoneyCard send from abroad. JN MoneyCard. Send the money. Mo want withdraw in a hurry. JN MoneyCard free. With your TRN and your ID. And when me not walk with cash, me just swipe like that. From abroad to card. Get the JN MoneyCard. It's safe, convenient, and free. JN MoneyCard. Stay safe and collect funds on the JN MoneyCard.
Download the new Scotia app with a faster low-time bank wherever, whenever. Be in control and transfer funds or pay bills quicker with just a few taps and a swipe. Plus, we're serious about security. Want real-time notifications for all your transactions? Check. Log in with fingerprint? Check. Turn your credit card on and off? Triple check. Protected. Your money is safe and secure. Bank wherever, whenever with the new Scotia app.
Stay connected. Get the Gleaner and the Star at your nearest supermarket, gas station, or pharmacy. Or subscribe for your home delivery or e-paper subscription today. The Gleaner and the Star have you covered with details of the impact and plans for the COVID-19 pandemic, government releases, health and other features, classifieds, postponed events, plus more. Get the Gleaner and the Star at your nearest supermarket, gas station, or pharmacy. or by home delivery or e-paper subscription today.
Thank you so very much for staying with us. This is Jamaica Votes, our coverage of the 2020 general election in Jamaica. We still have with us Darren Luton. He is the star editor and the coordinator for the Jamaica Votes series. Dr. Maziki Thame is a senior lecturer at the University of the West Indies, Mona, and Clive Monroe Jr. He is an attorney at law and a public commentator. Later on, we'll be joined by Christina Williams, who is a youth advocate and a former president of the Guild of Students at the University of the West Indies. But we have some more results coming in. For now, we go to Darren Luton. Darren, where do you have?
I'm still watching St. Anne Northwestern. Peter Shand, 428 votes, 6% of the votes. Dayton Campbell, 44% of the votes. So now we have seen 6 and 44, 50%. The other 50% is with Crystal Lee. She's leading by nearly 500. I think Dayton is in trouble. Those 66 of 127 box counted, Dayton needs to get a move on in order to come back from this.
Well, that's a battleground. See, Dayton Campbell in the last election came pretty close. There were concerns in respect, though, at the subsequent local government elections and how much he would have lost. Is that going to be playing out tonight?
Well, he's one of the, perhaps the only MP who was councillor-less. He lost all of them, including Brownstown. Yes?
Which is a PNP stronghold.
Which is a PNP stronghold. So going into the election without that sort of support, maybe his ground team was doing well, but if you're holding your numbers, but not growing your numbers, you're in trouble.
Hold a minute, Darren. Let's join Ras Clem, who is a broadcaster in New York. He's joining us via Zoom. How are you doing, Ras Clem?
He's one of the, perhaps the only MP who was councillor-less. He lost all of them, including Brownstown.
Which is a PNP.
Which is a PNP.
Okay, we'll come right back to Ras Clem in a short while. He's a broadcaster in New York, and he will be joining us via Zoom in a short while. But you're also looking at some very interesting constituencies, Dr. Thame.
Well, I was also looking at Dayton, and he only lost, he only won in the last election by a little over 300 votes. And the lead presently is
Mr. Mitchell, good evening.
about
How are you? How is Jamaica today?
Oh, we're getting Ras Clem just about now. Very well. How are you doing there?
We are doing fine here at Reggae King Radio and Groovin Radio. We are watching you guys and listening to the reports coming out of Jamaica. The numbers seems to be at this point in favor of the government, the Jamaica Labour Party. Can you bring us more up to date on what's happening there?
Well, we can tell you that the Jamaica Labour Party is leading in the majority of the seats, 48 seats. The JLP leading in, the PNP leading in 10 seats at this point. The popular vote, the Jamaica Labour Party, 108,113 votes have all counted so far. The PNP is 79,403. But just before we continue the conversation with you, let's have Dr. Maziki Thame complete her comments she was making on St. Anne Northwest, where Dayton Campbell is trailing.
I was agreeing that the independent candidate is an upset in this race, and it seems that the seat is going to the Labour Party. That's a significant shift in that we would expect that if Dayton is losing, then it says something about what the overall election outcome is going to look like.
Well, just in now, Clarendon Northwestern, Philip Henriquez, 953, Richard Azan, 556, Clive Monroe Jr.
Exciting times, eh? I mean, I stick with Darren that you want to see 75% of the boxes. So we'll see as the night grows older. I'm looking presently at St. Catherine Northeastern. It was one of the few seats where one of the opposition candidates, and this would be Oswest Senior Smith, he was polling better than the JLP candidate, Kerencia Morrison. And there was a time where there was seemingly a little internal issue with the JLP supporters in the constituency as to who should be the standard bearer. But so far, with more than half of the boxes counted, Kerencia Morrison has more than a double lead. She has 2,650 votes to Oswest Senior Smith's 1,308. So it seems that there's a trend here that the people seem to be going with the Jamaica Labour Party in large numbers.
Yes. What interest are you finding in the elections here in Jamaica from New York?
Well, what I'm looking at is the age of the folks who are voting in Jamaica. That's very interesting to me because I was hoping to see younger folks getting involved in the voting process in Jamaica. One of your commentators earlier said that when he went to vote, he noticed a lot more middle-aged people were voting. As the day progressed, did that change?
Well, I wasn't there for the whole day, so I can't speak to all of that. But certainly, I was there from roughly about 7 to about 9 a.m. And I didn't see much change during that time. I don't know what happened during the rest of the day, though.
Okay, looking at the numbers, what was the turnout like today?
Well, we were speaking about that earlier, Rasclem. What we had was a 39% voter turnout. This was up to 2 o'clock, Darian? 31 up to 2 o'clock, so it is quite low. But since you're on the matter of voter turnout, there were several variables, Darian. We spoke earlier about the issue of COVID-19, but hasn't the weather also played a part?
I don't think we had bad weather today. I think it was good for, it wasn't too hot. We didn't have a lot of rain, so I think it was good. The candidates who would have suffered most for that would have been in the East Rural, St. Andrew areas, maybe in the St. Elizabeth areas and so on. We never had a lot of that.
Dr. Thame, are we missing some variables which could have impacted voter turnout today?
Well, I'm surprised that it is as low as it is. The prediction was that voter turnout would be low, but it seems that, you know, the disinterest of the electorate is higher than normal, and I do believe that it has to do with coronavirus and the short time in which, I mean, people are just not energized, it seems.
I think the time, I agree with Dr. Thame about the short time. I think the other part of it, the elephant in the room, is the quality of the contest. It seems that a lot of persons didn't consider Dr. Phillips as the macro head of the opposition. To
break that down for us.
In speaking to a lot of persons who normally would have voted, well, let me not say a lot, some persons who normally would have voted but did not vote, one of the things that kept coming up was that they did not see a credible option from the PNP in terms of the ultimate leadership of the country, separate and apart from the micro contest of whoever the candidate was in the constituency in which they would have voted. And I suspect that in the final analysis, that is going to come up. And that some persons might even say, if the PNP loses very big as it seems to be trending, that Peter Phillips may have dragged them down and caused them to lose their seat.
Well, Clive, I draw your attention to Manchester Central. The other Peter Bunting, should now be looking to the hills from whence cometh his strength. He will be hoping for Belfield division to turn out big for him. 48 of 128 is trailing by 1,000 votes.
That's important. Let's go back to those numbers. Let's go back to those numbers, Darian.
So that's 3,415, Rhoda Crawford, and Peter Bunting, 2,416. 999 if I think I calculated it correctly. Rowan Chung is there 21.
I have some updated figures here for Rhoda Crawford at 3722, Peter Bunting at 2722 with 53 boxes.
So 1,000.
That's exactly 1,000.
Yes.
Yeah.
With more than, well, not more than, roughly approaching half of the ballots
of 128.
Yes. So you're into the 40-something% of ballots counted. So that can't be good for Mr. Bunting at all. And that was why I was saying that it may very well come down that the way how the election was planned out, even from the way how it was advertised, you notice on the JLP side, it was run very top down. So on every candidate, you saw a picture of Andrew Holness and the candidate beside Andrew Holness. So it was, in essence, for every elector, you know who you're voting for. It's the man in the left-hand corner.
Yes. So let's bring back Rasclem to this discussion here. What are members of the diaspora demanding, though, from the next government, Rasclem?
One, in our last conversation last Sunday, Damien, we spoke about getting the diaspora more involved in the voting process in Jamaica. But before I go there, I have a question for your panel. Could this election have a changing factor in how elections move forward in Jamaica? Because listening to the comments of some of your commentators here on the panel tonight. There's a report coming out of Jamaica about Dr. Peter Phillips is going to step down if he loses this election. And it seems as if the man who challenged Dr. Phillips for the leadership of the Jamaica, for the People's National Party, Peter Bunting, it seems as if he's on the losing end. So how will this change moving forward?
I think that's a good question to throw to Darian Luton, who is the politics man. Darian, what is the implication here?
It's still early days, you know. Remember, if you look at that, see, if Peter Bunting loses, and I say, we still have a bit of way to go in the election before. But if Peter loses, then you look at Lisa Hanna. But looking in Southeast St. Anne, she's leading by about 200 votes. You really want somebody to help to build the party from the ground up. Because if they lose tonight, based on the trends that we are seeing here, it is not going to be a close one.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
So you would need somebody to rebuild the party. Peter Bunting being involved in a close race, albeit very early, or at least at the halfway stage, it puts question marks over his head. Mm-hmm. Likewise, Lisa Hanna.
Clive?
I agree. Because honestly, my view of the internal race was that Peter Bunting represented something more than having the personal cachet. It's not that he was a bad MP, but I think many of those votes were more like protest votes. They were really saying that the party needs to go in a different direction away from Dr. Phillips, as opposed to saying that the man in whom they want to repose that faith is Peter Bunting himself.
Dr. Thame?
I want to comment on the earlier idea of, the Phillips candidate versus the Holness candidate, and the idea that the Jamaican population is endeared by leaders as opposed to teams. I think that it is troubling in that the expectation is that, and we understand that governments are not run by individuals. And if we put that in the context of the leadership style of Andrew Holness, it's troubling to me because it suggests if Holness wins tonight that the population is okay with everything resting in an individual leader as opposed to a team. Now, on the question of where the People's National Party goes from here, I think that one of the factors that may have played a part here is that just until recently, there was an idea of the PNP that it was not unified, that the leadership race was, unsettling, and that we couldn't understand what Peter was bringing to the table as a candidate in and of himself. And that one of the things that I have seen, particularly in the manifesto of the PNP...
Well, hold that point before you move to the PNP manifesto, because we have now some results coming in from Clarendon Southeastern. That's where Pernell Charles Jr. is seeking to retain the seat. He has 5,144 votes. That's Clarendon Southeastern, Pernell Charles Jr. 5,144 votes to Patricia Duncan Sutherland of the PNP, 3,121. So Pernell Charles Jr. is at 62% of the votes. Remember that in 2016, Roddy Spencer won that seat, 10,045 votes, to Patricia Duncan Sutherland's 9,074. So far, we have 72 of 135 box counted. Anything in particular to look for, Darian, in Clarendon Southeast?
I remember that by-election that was held just maybe a few months ago.
Yes.
The PNP didn't contest it, and the numbers, if I recall them just off the top of my head, was about over 8,000 votes. In a by-election with 8,000 votes, nobody contested. That shows the might of a candidate. Now, Pernell Charles Jr. Doesn't have a Roddy Spencer around him, who is unfortunately ill. But the fact is that it's clear that this seat is well organized. And it is likely, based on what we are seeing, that Pernell Charles Jr. and his sister, Michelle, could end up in Garden House. Because Michelle appears to be on course to settle in an old score with the Ferguson in Eastern St. Thomas. Remember, it was Dr. Fenton Ferguson who ended Pernell Charles' senior reign in St. Thomas Eastern. And she's leading there in that election.
revenge in some way, because you would be having back two Charles in the parliament, if that's the case.
Yes, two Charles in the parliament, and also taking back the family seat.
Yes. Well, Rasclem, any other final thoughts before you leave us?
Yes, before I go this evening, going back to the question on the diaspora, we feel left out of this election. It was called at a time when many of us could not have traveled to Jamaica for the election itself to take part in the election. And I think moving forward, there must be a way that we can vote from here in the diaspora. Persons like myself who have a vested interest in Jamaica, who pay taxes in Jamaica, who have a Jamaican passport, we should be allowed to vote from where we are. We should not have to travel to Jamaica. And I think many of my colleagues here would agree with me. It's a very easy process. It just needs to be put in place. And for what we do for Jamaica from this side of the world, we do so much for Jamaica. And I think the time has now come for us to be a part of the process in Jamaica. With that said,
thank you so very much, Rasclem, for joining us for Jamaica Votes.
Thank you, sir.
Take care.
And thanks to your team.
Good.
Take care. Speak to you soon.
Over now, Doreen, to Portland Western. Daryl Vaz, after 19 boxes, this is Portland Western, has 908 votes to Valerie Robertson of the PNP with 713. So that's Portland Western. Daryl Vaz, 908 votes to Valerie Robertson of the PNP, 713. 19 boxes counted, Clive Monroe Jr. of 102. Are you thinking that council will be dropping the gavel tonight?
It's going to be tough in the present climate. Daryl Vaz is a formidable candidate in the West Portland on any day of the week. So it would take, I think, for Learned Queen's Council to take this seat, it would have taken some external push as well, a big external push. And that push doesn't seem to be coming tonight. So far it's close, but I would expect that Daryl Vaz would take this seat.
Well, it's a bit early to say. Not that I expect Vaz to win, but we are only looking at 19 of 102 boxes. So it's very early for this one.
That is true.
Well, here's another interesting one. This is one of the battleground seats of Clarendon North Central. We're going to go in a short while to what the pollster had to say about Clarendon North Central. But Robert Morgan of the JLP has 597 votes, and Dr. Desmond Brennan of the PNP has 594 votes.
There's a more updated.
Right.
It's 840 to Morgan and 796 to Brennan.
So 796 for Brennan.
18 boxes of 100.
18 of 100 boxes. That's interesting. Do we have the Clarendon North Central clip from the pollster, Don Anderson? Yes, do we have that Clarendon North Central clip from Don Anderson on Clarendon North Central, looking at this as one of the battleground seats in the 2020 general elections here in Jamaica.
Morgan and Brennan Brennan is actually just about 4 points, 6% points ahead of Morgan is ahead, and then Morgan is substantially ahead.
Of the JLP now has 4,525 votes to Horace Daly of the PNP 3,795, and we have what, 72 boxes counted?
Of 97.
97.
I think Horace Daly has sat in Parliament for the last time. I think it is looking very, very ominous for him. I can't see a comeback from here. But stranger things have happened though.
Well, St. James Southern is also a constituency that is of high interest. Homer Davis of the JLP in St. James Southern has 845 votes. So that's St. James Southern. Homer Davis, 845 votes to Walton Small of the PNP with 587 votes. But I'm seeing online now Laverne Barrett, and Laverne was in the Clarendon constituency of North Central for some time today. We're going to join him just about now to give us an update as to what really happened today. What did he see on the ground? Laverne? sorry, Laverne, we're not hearing you coming out of Clarendon North Central. Laverne Barrett, they're waiting to join Laverne Barrett coming out of Clarendon North Central. But you were making a point just before.
I'm sorry. Are you hearing me now?
Hearing you now.
Okay. Good night to you, Damien. Good night, Doreen. Good night, listeners. Just a slight correction. You said I was in Clarendon North Central. I was actually in Clarendon Northern and Clarendon Northwest. I can tell you that it was a largely uneventful day in both constituencies. What stood out for me was the scant regard supporters of the two main political parties paid to the COVID protocols. Those breaches were evident throughout the day. As an example, there was very little physical distancing among Jamaica Labour Party and People's National Party supporters as they converged on several polling stations across both constituencies. Another common issue was the fact that several persons either didn't bother to wear a mask or wore them under their chins, sort of like I'm doing right now. By contrast, however, election officials ensured that protocols were observed by electors as they entered the polling stations. One of the things that struck me, Damien and Doreen, is the number of young people I encountered, first-time voters. And interestingly, one of the main reasons they gave for turning out today is that they wanted to see change. One young lady in Clarendon Northern, her name is Tasha Sterling, she indicated that her primary reason for voting for the GLP was that she wanted Prime Minister Andrew Holness to remain in office. Her secondary reason, she said, quote, I wanted to give Mr. Sibley's a try. Some residents, on the other hand, lauded the incumbent, Mr. Horace Daly, especially for what they say was his focus on education and the work that he has done to improve the constituency. So all in all, it was a very, very peaceful day. People, mainly, bantered and, sought to will their candidate home, if you will.
Barrett over there in Clarendon Northwestern and Clarendon Northern today. Well, in Clarendon Northwestern, Philip Henriquez of the JLP, he now has 1,871 votes, 32 boxes counted. There are 107 boxes in total. To Richard Azan, who is the incumbent, he has 1,483. That's Richard Azan, 1,483 of the PNP, with 32 boxes counted so far. 107 is the target.
Well, I don't know if you remember 2007, the only seat in Clarendon that stayed for the PNP was the Southwest. We might have R. Scott was the only person for the PNP who won in Clarendon in 2007. Daly went home for a while. Azan was sent back to the parish council. Let's watch and see what's happening here if we're going to have a repeat in the entire Clarendon this time again.
And we still have on Zoom Dr. Jermaine McAlpin. We're going to join with him in a short while, but let's look at the other results that we're getting in just about now. And in St. James Northwestern, Dr. Horace Chang is in the lead in St. James Northwestern. It is expected that Dr. Chang will retain his seat in St. James Northwestern. Flag, you're not expecting any significant changes?
No surprises there at all. What I am surprised by right now is St. Elizabeth Northeastern, where Delroy Slowly is going up against Basil Waite, Evan Redmond being the previous Member of Parliament for the PNP. And after half of the boxes being counted, 61 of 120, Mr. Slowly is up on Mr. Waite by over 1,250 votes.
Not surprised. You see, the PNP in Northeast St. Elizabeth, what has happened to them over time? 3 election cycles, 3 different MPs.
Including some being booted during election cycles.
So you had a Kern Spencer, then a Raymond Price, then a Redmond. That will it's bound to affect your organization. Yes?
Except though that Basil Waite had a long time in the seat. He's been there for a while now.
Your organization, though, Damien, is is built with the people who have the confidence in you. Remember, it took Baselwaite a while to settle that clash between himself and Fisher. Remember, so the former mayor, Everton Fisher, they faced off for the seat. Basil came out, but it wasn't the easiest thing to settle.
No.
Now, Mr. Slowly has been working in that seat. This is a seat that the PNP is used to winning 4,000 in. What has happened over time is that you're seeing the numbers starting to chip away. And the last election, we saw what happened when the name of the psychiatrist, it escapes me. Just Longmore. Dr. Sapphire Longmore. She went in just a few weeks, and she was able to bring it back with a national swing away from the People's National Party. If that swing is going right across, as I say, a national swing, then Baselwaite could be in trouble.
Well,
and
we're going to Dr. McAlpin, who is on Zoom with the score, if we may call it so, in St. James West Central. Mali Malahuford, the incumbent of the Jamaica Labour Party, on 747 votes, to Dr. Andre Houghton on 444, with 13 of 101 boxes counted so far. Dr. McAlpin, there are 28,000 people in this constituency. We seem to be having a low voter turnout. But what do you make of the results so far? 13 boxes of 101, with Malahuford 747 to Andre Houghton 444.
Very preliminary observation, but I expect that margin should continue. I don't think it will be a blowout win for the incumbent, but I expect that she would win, not just riding the national wave, but I think Dr. Houghton also made some faux pas in the last couple of days and week leading up, and I think it may reflect in the electoral outcome.
And the faux pas may go far beyond the past weeks, Dr.
Correct.
In respect of Andre Houghton. His performance in the Senate, some of the things he tends to say and to tweet, may very well be features that go against him.
Yeah.
Yes.
But I suspect that is not what played a part in this particular election, and it has more to do with organizing on the ground. It's still early days, so I would say we could watch this a bit more. What I'm seeing here between Juliet Cuthbert Flynn and Crystal Tomlinson is showing an overwhelming support given to Cuthbert Flynn. She's leading in significant margins here. She has even expanded her margin from the last election.
We can call that.
You can call that
That
one.
can be called.
So you're saying Juliet Cuthbert Flynn will be going back?
Yes.
She's up
Looks that way.
3,300 votes. You can call that.
You know, she's from St. Thomas.
Well, let's go to St. Thomas Western. What's the association with St. Thomas, Darien? Don't answer that. Let's go to St. Thomas Western, where James Robertson of the Jamaica Labour Party has 4,378 votes to Marsha Francis of the People's National Party, 3,043 votes. Is this going to be a key one to watch, Clive Monroe Jr.?
On a normal day in the last election, it came down to a recount, and I think within less than 10 votes, something like 5 or 300 and odd. Forgive me. The official count.
Yes.
They had to move the ballots, and finish the counting. So it was much closer than in the past, but it doesn't seem so far that it's going to be as close. Half of the boxes are effectively counted, and it seems that Mr. Robertson will continue as MP, even though you notice that I have started to abandon Darien's 75% because it seems to me that we can go a little bit low on the percentage.
Yes. Well, that's where Darien is from. So what will be happening, or what has been happening on the ground in St. Thomas Darien, certainly St. Thomas Western, will be going to St. Thomas Eastern in a short while?
Well, you know that the PNP had Mark Malaba there for a long time, maybe in excess of 2 years. And on maybe the eve of nomination day, they pulled him to say that they need him to focus on school, back to school, albeit that school wasn't really on the cards. Truth is that Malaba, he wasn't registering on the scale. James Robertson knows how to win. So there are issues in the seat, and the numbers will bear that out today. He'll not get close to the 9,000 that he got the last time, but certainly this is a Jamaica Labour Party seat. It has gone to the PNP just a few times. I think 74 with Selvin Door, 76 with Selvin Door, and Tony Hilton as a homeboy came in 93 and 97. But otherwise, it has been Jamaica Labour Party territory. I think Ken Clark was here in about 55, but it's JLP territory.
Well, hold on now, because we have an updated score for the other end of St. Thomas, that's St. Thomas Eastern. Michelle Charles, 4,234. To Dr. Fenton Ferguson, 3,923 with 92 of 123 boxes counted.
It's about 75%. What you say now? What you say now?
But knowing where the boxes are coming from, it's important.
Still.
If the boxes are coming from Bath, Fergie is okay. If it is the case that Bath is in, and they are moving to count Portmarant, and they are moving to count the Dalby division, then it's good night, sweet praise.
Dr. McAlpin, what are you making of St. Thomas Eastern?
No, I was looking at trends and hearing from persons there, and I was picking it as one of the possible surprises, though it's not an overwhelming surprise in light of the fact that Pernell Charles Sr. contested that seat. I think there's a national trend, and beyond the national trend, I think persons have been, like Dr. Claim said earlier, it's a question of organization, it's a question of candidate selection, it's a question of all the other variables that are often involved in our elections. And I think the 6-star general may not make it to 7.
Well. We are coming close to a break, but just before that, I want to take one final constituency, a constituency in which the People's National Party is leading, and then we're going to get ready to welcome Christina Williams, who is a youth advocate, to join us here on set. But Darian, let's look at one of the constituencies in which the People's National Party is leading. Did we say what did we say was happening in Manchester Central?
The last time we checked, Peter Bunting was trailing by 1,000, and I was just looking back again to see if Dayton has improved in Northwest. 4,017 votes, Crystal Lee, 51%, Dayton, 3,363, 458, Peter Shand. Let's see if I can find a seat that the PNP is leading. Maybe
Kingston
Southwest.
Central, St. Andrew Western, St. Andrew West Central, St. Andrew East Central,
West Central?
St. Andrew West Central,
Wow,
St. Andrew East
Patrick
Central.
Roberts is doing well in the Mullines division.
St. Andrew Southwestern, St. Andrew Southern, St. Andrew Southeastern, St. Mary Central, St. Anne Southeastern, Westmoreland Central, Westmoreland Eastern, Clarendon Southwestern, St. Catherine Northwestern, St. Catherine Southern, St. Catherine North Central, and St. Catherine Eastern. So now the PNP leading in 16 constituencies, the JLP leading in 44. We'll take a break here on Jamaica Votes. When we come back, Christina Williams will join us. She's a youth advocate and a former president of the University of the West Indies Guild of Students.
We look at life through different lenses. But with each one, we experience pride, sorrow, fear, success, joy. We grow and we change. The Gleaner, where life unfolds.
Not all multi-link debit card transactions are made equal. Some are amusing, others are fun. Some happen in the middle of the night, many happen on the run. Some are for necessities and some are just a treat. A few are unexpected and some are planned for weeks. But all of them are important, all of them unique. So Multilink empowers you with secure 24/7 all-island access to your money so you can complete the most important transaction of all, yours.
Make I tell you about Shorty. Short term motor insurance from JNGI. Shorty. You choose what you need. 30, 60, 90 days policy. No long commitment, full third party. Don't park your car, don't walk, get a shorty. So affordable and it's not Coronation Market. JNGI Shorty. Country party, we have a shorty. Just insure your vehicle and start it. Roll out with a shorty. Shorty, the short term motor insurance from JN General Insurance.
Managing your company's finances remotely is now more important than ever. With Scotia Online for Business, you can safely and quickly conduct your transactions and save on costs. Accept payments, transfer funds including third-party and wire transfers, view balances and download statements, pay bills and credit cards, make supplier payments, manage payroll, and purchase foreign exchange. Let us handle the way your business does business. Speak with a Scotia representative today. Call 888-429-5087 or email bnsj.businessbanking@scotiabank.com.
Stay connected. Get the Gleaner and the Star at your nearest supermarket, gas station, or pharmacy. Or subscribe for your home delivery or e-paper subscription today. The Gleaner and the Star have you covered with details of the impact and plans for the COVID-19 pandemic, government releases, health and other features, classifieds, postponed events, plus more. Get the Gleaner and the Star at your nearest supermarket, gas station, or pharmacy. Or by home delivery or e-paper subscription today. The Gleaner, where life unfolds. The Star, the people paper.
Home internet from Flow can do so much more for you. It helps you stay closer to your family, wherever they are. Start a business of your own from home. High-speed online gaming, Flow Fiber is perfect for it. You can even learn something new, and you can enjoy it all with a Flow Internet and Home Phone combo plan for a special 3-month introductory price of only $3,499 plus GCT per month. We are Jamaica's largest network. Offer ends September 30, 2020. Conditions apply.
We look at life through different lenses. But with each one, we experience pride, sorrow, fear, success, joy. We grow and we change. The Gleaner, where life unfolds.
Not all multi-link debit card transactions are made equal. Some are amusing, others are fun. Some happen in the middle of the night, many happen on the run. Some are for necessities and some are just a treat. A few are unexpected and some are planned for weeks. But all of them are important, all of them unique. So Multilink empowers you with secure 24/7 all-island access to your money so you can complete the most important transaction of all, yours.
Make I tell you about short-term motor insurance from JNGI. You choose what you need, 30, 60, 90 days policy. No long commitment, full third party. Don't park your car, don't walk, get a shorty. So affordable and it's not Coronation Market. JNGI shorty. country party, we have a shorty. Just insure your vehicle and start it. Roll out with a shorty.
Shorty, the short-term motor insurance from JN General Insurance. Managing your company's finances remotely is now more important than ever. With Scotia Online for Business, you can safely and quickly conduct your transactions and save on costs. Accept payments, transfer funds including third-party and wire transfers, view balances and download statements, pay bills and credit cards, make supplier payments, manage payroll, and purchase foreign exchange. Let us handle the way your business does business. Speak with a Scotia representative today. Call 888-429-5087 or email bnsj.businessbanking@scotiabank.com.
Stay connected. Get the Gleaner and the Star at your nearest supermarket, gas station, or pharmacy. Or subscribe for your home delivery or e-paper subscription today. The Gleaner and the Star have you covered with details of the impact and plans for the COVID-19 pandemic.
Thank you very much for staying with us. This is Jamaica Votes, our coverage of the 2020 general election in Jamaica. We now have on set Christina Williams. She is a youth advocate and former president of the Guild of Students at the UWI Mona. We still have Clive Monroe Jr., attorney at law and public commentator, Dr. Maziki Fame, a senior lecturer, also at the UWI. Darrell Luton is our real numbers man. He is the star editor and the coordinator of the Jamaica Votes series. And on Zoom, we have Dr. Jermaine McAlpin. In this segment, we will join with Arroyo Eubanks, who is in the United Kingdom. But first, let's go to Christina Williams, who has some interesting news out of the parish of her birth, Portland.
Yes, so I am seeing where Anne-Marie is leading, but that's not unexpected in any way for me as somebody who grew up with the former leader, late, I should mention, Mr. Linvey Bloomfield. We are accustomed to having a lot of, I would say, PMP representatives, but after seeing Anne-Marie's representation in the last by-election, I don't think I'm very surprised with these results that I'm seeing here.
Well, let's stick with you a little bit, because the issue of youth voters keeps coming up, and the interest of youth and whether the youth really do have votes. What have your peers been saying about youth and the polls?
Young people are saying that they want to see more from their political leaders, and they have been demanding that over the period in terms of saying they want substance more than the dub plates, etc. However, what I would love to see is a breakdown at the end of tonight in terms of how many of these voters that we saw are actually youth voters, particularly those 35 and younger. That's what I want to see. I don't think a lot of those persons that we saw on social media with the purple finger actually will be amongst the higher percentile of persons who actually voted today.
Well, we actually did a check, and we're finding that in respect of youth voters, on the voters list as we speak, this is the July 31 voters list, you'd have 43,116 who are 18 to 19. 20 to 24, 178,830. Together, we're looking at 221,994 people who would be between 18 and 24. Then 18 to 29, 434,819. Then 18 to 30,
34, 18 to 34.
Yes, it would be 628,078. And then from 18 to 39, I beg your pardon, 812,000 people who are below those ages who are on the voters list. But when you talk to some of those, and some of them would be in your age group, Christina, are they voting?
That's what I'm saying. I am seeing the post on social media, but I cannot, in a truthful way, say that the young people have actually gone out to vote today. And I think because largely a lot of us are still not very convinced that what we have gotten through the manifestos, what we saw, or what we heard rather in the debates, is enough to have re-energized the young people to go out and vote.
Well, let's go now to Zoom, where we have Oroya Eubanks. He's a former broadcaster here at the Gleaner Group. He was with Power 106 for many, many years, and he is now living and working in the United Kingdom. Oroya, thanks so very much for staying with us. What time is it now in the UK?
Hello, Damien, and hello to your panelists. It's actually it's 1:37 here in the UK, but it's my pleasure to stay up and join.
The panelist is saying you're looking very fresh. I'm wondering if that's because you didn't do anything all day.
Well, I was distracted all day. I'm going to be honest, because I've been just going through social media and watching the different media houses coverage of the election. Because of course, being overseas, we're still very, very keen on what's going on back home.
Well, what's the
so yeah, but I managed to get some work.
What's the interest of young people in the United Kingdom though in this election?
I think majority of young people in the United Kingdom in this election is that of national interest. We obviously don't have the right to vote in Jamaica, but people look on nationally, and what is concerning for them is who's best to lead the country. And of course, dealing with the pandemic at this time, that is also a major issue. People here in the UK would have wanted to be back home during the summer holidays and even looking forward to Christmas, and so that concerns them. Who is going to be managing the country after this, and who is going to be doing the best job at dealing with coronavirus?
Hold
so
a
that
bit
you know
there,
we can
Oroya.
travel
We're
back
having
home.
some results coming in now in the last minute from Manchester Central, where Peter Bunting is trailing. He has 4,579 votes to Rhoda Crawford's 5,583. 87 of 128 boxes counted so far in Manchester Central. There are 38,000 eligible voters. Peter Bunting, 4,579 to Rhoda Crawford, 5,583. If we should take the issues, though, Oroya, in respect of youth and Jamaica, what are some of the issues on their minds?
Some of the issues on their mind, I think, is relative to how your family as well in Jamaica deal with certain things. So access to water in their communities. I, for one, constantly say the community that I grew up in, that my mother still lives in, still don't have access to potable water. And so that access, unemployment is also an issue, which even though we are far away from Jamaica, still affects us, because of course, if your family is back home are unemployed, it means there's more pressure on you living overseas to help finance them and help them with daily stuff to live. So those are some of the main issues. Just the services that you would expect in a 21st century world that should be accessible to every citizen is, I think, the main concern for most of us living overseas.
Well, we can tell you now that there are 2 seats that have been declared for the JLP. We'll tell you them in a short while. The PNP has 1 seat so far declared, and the projection as we speak, PNP 14 seats, JLP 49. But we'll pick up more on those in a short while, but we'll bring back Dr. Jermaine McAlpin just about now. Dr. McAlpin, what are you picking up, though, in respect of the issues facing the youth in Jamaica?
You know, we're talking a wide swath in terms of the diversity of the needs and the interests. I think the question of education, I thought they would have stamped and hammered those points in terms of some of the potential concessions across their manifestos. When you look at the manifesto, I think more could have been elicited concerning education. You know, the removal of guarantors for student loan, the question of a longer time period of 25 years to pay for you know, your student loan, the longer moratorium by the JLP. I expected that a lot more because manifestos, in all honesty, had a lot more dealing with youths than was brought out in the actual debates. And I suspect that part of the challenge is that the quote more youthful members of the party that were allowed to debate. I think we may have to move to an even more deliberate and intelligible strategy to include the youth. Let actual youths debate. So if you want the PNP-YU and the G2K to debate the question of youth, I think that is where we need to go. But there's no point in talking about having youths to debate and none of the persons on the platform, I'm not getting everyone's age, but none of them were below 30 from my estimation. So I think the question of youth requires youthful constituents. I mean, surely Crystal would have debated for the PNP, but that still does not make for a youth debate. And so I think both parties, beyond the question of representation of youthfulness, need to actually pay more than tokenism to youths.
Darren, what do you make of this issue?
Youth, look at Central Kingston.
Kingston Central.
That's
the
what
JLP.
I am looking at.
With 4 boxes to go, I am certain not long from now you will hear the vuvuzelas, you will hear the bells. This is a seat that has traditionally been a PNP seat. The old Michael Manley seat, eh?
Yes.
They call it a safe seat. Well, Donovan Williams so far has gotten more votes than Robert Chin got in the last election, and is leading Imani Duncan Price, and this is 4,261 to 3,920.
Well, I have some more figures, some updated figures.
That you can call, even not knowing where the other boxes are coming or how many votes are in them.
I have an updated figure actually, because Williams now has 4,440. That's 4,440 votes to Duncan Price's 3,939.
Lost for a second time. She lost the Israel the last time to Holness, Juliet Holness. She will not make it to Parliament this year.
But this would cause some rupture in the camp. Kingston Central is a PNP stronghold.
Is it?
Tell me.
I am seeing 3,996 votes here for Imani Duncan Price. That's just maybe 90 votes better than Robert Chin in the last election. The JLP has moved on. They have moved away in an election where the turnout is so low. They have managed to get 4,500 plus votes. The last time they didn't get to 4,000. It is telling you that significant switching may have taken place, or at least mobilization. Could it be the Brogard factor? I don't know.
Well, what we can tell you too is that 39% of the voters in Kingston Central turned out to be. 39%. Of the 21,732 eligible voters, just 8,379 turned out. What do you make of this, Clive Monroe Jr.?
Low turnouts tend to favor incumbents, but certainly as it relates to the seat, this is a surprise to me. Because certainly when I go to court, and the central courts are in the seat. And when it was nomination day, there was a sea of orange. There was this, it seems now a form of illusion, but certainly there was a feeling that she had managed to mobilize the base.
Yes, because you were looking at the Tel Aviv area. Tel Aviv area in Central Kingston, normally strong for the PNP. So if you take Central Kingston, 2 divisions there. There's a Raytown, which was won by a single vote the last time in the local government election. And that's how the JLP got the KCC. All right. The Almontown division is the PNP's strength again. Now it will be interesting to find out what happened in Almontown. But it seems to me that Brogard tour, maybe one of the last tours before he called off road tours in the traditional way.
Well, the 2 seats that have now been declared for the Jamaica Labour Party, Kingston Western, surprise, surprise, as well as St. Catherine South Central, where Andrew Wheatley was seeking to return to Gordon House. He has 6,972 votes. That's 80% of the votes. To Kurt Matthews of the PNP, 1,699. And that is the second of 2 seats declared for the JLP. All 100 boxes have been counted. There was a 31% voter turnout in St. Catherine South Central today. Darren?
Not surprising in terms of Andrew Whitley. Remember, when that seat was cut 2 elections ago, it was cut in a way that favored the Jamaica Labour Party. And Dr. Whitley is no slouch when it comes to organizing. So you have a ready base, and then you need to keep them organized and energized. Getting out the votes today mattered. It did that, and I don't think anyone was looking really for any contest.
Well, Dr. McAlpin, let's go to Kingston Western, because Desmond McKenzie, as expected, has won the seat in Kingston Western. It's one of 2 seats declared. McKenzie polled 8,480 votes to Joseph Witter of the PNP 882. That's not significant. What's significant is that there was a 40% voter turnout in Kingston Western. What do you make of this? Dr. McAlpin?
I mean, I think it's just a question of, or rather the reality that it is a garrison, it's a political garrison, and I think, let's not fool ourselves. Even if they didn't turn out, even if it were 23%, the outcome wouldn't have been different. We are seeing the trend, however, that most of these seats that are safe seats have lower voter turnout, but the ones that are competitive, and some became even more competitive, are seeing significantly higher voter turnout. So Andrew Wheatley's seat had almost I think a 60% turnout, or did I see wrong? So
31%. For Wheatley.
Sorry. Yes, for Andrew Wheatley. So I think the question is really one of what else, what other options do people have politically? And so in Kingston Western, it was never up for question. So I'm surprised that the voter turnout was so high. I expected voter turnout to be lower in garrison seats.
Very well. We have Edmund Campbell, who has been all day with the opposition leader, the president of the People's National Party, Dr. Peter Phillips. Edmund, where are you now? What can you tell us?
Yes, Damien, I'm right outside of 89 Old Hope Road in St. Andrew. That's the People's National Party headquarters. And I can tell you that the scores of PNP supporters that were here, the numbers have dwindled rapidly. We are just outside sitting in the vehicle and watching the developments taking place here. And we can see that most of the PNP supporters, who clearly were in a somber mood, from very early it appeared as if they were hearing sounds.
Edmund, are you there? We seem to have lost connection with Edmund Campbell, but he is at 89 Old Hope.
The National Party is in deep trouble. The supporters are trickling away. The vendor who was here set up to sell our goods, maybe 1 or 2 persons are purchasing from her at this time. But I'm quite sure she's very disappointed. We're looking at her right now with her goods sitting next to the entrance to the PNP headquarters. But what a night it has been, because the PNP, we have not seen any of the hierarchy of the People's National Party at PNP headquarters at this time. Maybe 1 or 2 persons we have seen so far in terms of persons who would be among the top echelons of the party. But apart from that, we have not seen many persons coming in at PNP headquarters.
That's very, very interesting. Soon we'll hear what's happening at the Jamaica Labour Party headquarters. And we will be going to that clip with Peter Phillips in that interview earlier today, indicating that he will be stepping down if he should lose this election, both as opposition leader and as member of parliament. Yes. What do you make of the timing of that, though, Dr. Thame? Was it a little bit too early to make such a statement?
I was puzzled by the statement. It suggested that the party leader was not entirely confident, although we could read it in the other direction that he may have been confident. But it's certainly a kind of demoralizing statement to come early in an election. But what I wanted to say earlier, though, outside of the contest for leadership in the PNP, I think there's also a contest for ideas in the PNP. I think it hasn't.
A contest for ideas.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
I don't think it has defined itself as a party that is coming out of the left of the Jamaica 1970s, that in some ways turned neoliberal in the 1980s and 1990s, and that was battling with the PNP, with the Jamaica Labour Party to so-called, out-labourite the labour rights during that neoliberal period. And I think that who becomes the leader in the party is central to that question of what ideas they decide to travel with into the future. And I don't think that's clear. I think in this electoral cycle, you saw a bit of hearkening to the 1970s, an attempt to draw on that past, but not necessarily a clear definition of what it is that the PNP is.
Hold that point.
Williams for Eastern St. Andrew.
Well, let's also look at the other seats so far declared therein. So we'll come back to that issue of St. Andrew Eastern, and we'll also come back to that issue of the definitive mark that the People's National Party has been making, and that issue of the ideas and the PNP. But declared seats, the JLP 4, the PNP 3. Declared seats, meaning all boxes would have now been in and would have been counted. Those declared for the JLP: Kingston Western, Kingston Central, St. Andrew Northeastern, St. Catherine South Central. Kingston Central, Donovan Williams of the JLP has won 4,623, all 80 boxes in and counted. Imani Duncan Price of the People's National Party, 4,147. Another seat that the JLP would have won is St. Andrew Northeastern, expected. Delroy Chuck, the incumbent, 5,105 to David Tulloch of the PNP, 1,969. So that's St. Andrew Northeastern. All 76 boxes are in and counted. There was a 36 voter turnout in St. Andrew Northeastern. So again, we're seeing where the voter turnout is low. But Edmund Campbell, this should be much more reason for the JLP to be celebrating with Kingston Central gone green.
There's no question about it. There's no question about it, Damien. As you had indicated earlier, and I agree with one of your panelists that indicated that when the question was asked to Dr. Peter Phillips, what will you step down? Will you leave as leader of the party and retire from representational politics? He did say emphatically that he would. And I was saying at the time, I'm a bit surprised that a man of Dr. Peter Phillips's experience should have made a comment at a time so early in the day when voters were still going to the polling stations to cast their ballots. This clearly would have sent a message, almost a message of defeat to his supporters. And I was wondering why he made that remark. But right throughout the day, you could see almost like you could see a trend. The voters were not very enthusiastic at all. The People's National Party voters, I didn't see many of them looking very enthusiastic. And even in Peter Phillips's constituency, maybe one of the only constituency that I went today where I saw some amount of enthusiasm would have been Southwest, St. Andrew Southwest, which we know clearly many see as a garrison. So in that regard, we expected Angela Brownberg to win comfortably. In fact, that seat could have been called from very early.
Has now been declared. Angela Brownberg has prevailed, of course. 7,036 votes for Angela Brownberg, and Maureen Lorne of the JLP 629. So that's St. Andrew Southwestern. Angela Brownberg will return to Gordon House, 7,036 votes to Maureen Lorne of the JLP 629. 92 boxes and all 92 are in. If I could just go quickly though, Edmund, to the other seats, and I can hear the horns blowing there. Is that in support of the PNP or the JLP, Edmund?
A vehicle was passing and was making some noise. Could you please repeat?
I was saying exactly that. Is that in support of the PNP or the JLP, or probably mocking the PNP?
I tell you something. We are here, and at times we are a bit scared because the vehicles that are passing by with JLP supporters, some of these vehicles are going over 100 kilometers per hour on Hope Road, driving past with supporters hanging out, and they are celebrating. I'm not sure if they even understand what could happen because vehicles are passing so close to each other, and they are speeding up and down Old Hope Road and celebrating and having a grand time.
Well, let's move now to the 4 constituencies. I want to say thanks so very much, Edmund Campbell, for joining us from the People's National Party headquarters. We'll be back in touch with you, certainly, as the night goes on.
Good, thank you.
So, continuing, though, with the constituencies in which the PNP is leading, Kingston Eastern and Port Royal, that's where Philip Paulwell has been the Member of Parliament. St. Andrew East Central, that's where Peter Phillips ran the challenge today. Peter Phillips, in fact, has been declared the winner now with all 111 boxes counted. But this is very interesting. Peter Phillips, 4,963 votes to Jody and Mary of the JLP, 3,881. Clive Monroe Jr.
Even the opposition leader got a good run for his money. There's certainly by a young person, a person who didn't have the same name recognition.
Well, Jovan Johnson is standing by. He is at the JLP HQ. Jovan, how are you, and what's happening where you're at?
Thank you so much, Damien. I am well, and things picking up here. Lots of sounds and celebrations in pockets ringing out here from the Jamaica Labour Party headquarters on Belmont Road. I believe a seat may have just been declared in a surprise win, perhaps, for the Jamaica Labour Party.
Kingston Central, we have Kingston Central, Kingston Western, St. Andrew Northeastern, Manchester Northeastern, St. Catherine Central, St. Catherine South Central, all expected to go for the JLP. Those are the constituencies so far. 1 declared with all boxes counted for the JLP. And the PNP, these are the constituencies. The PNP would have 1, Kingston Eastern and Port Royal, St. Andrew East Central, St. Andrew Southwestern, St. Andrew Southern. Leading now, the JLP leading in 42 constituencies, the PNP in 11. But you would have seen a lot of the action on the ground today, Jovan Johnson. What was the general mood of the Jamaica Labour Party?
It was very festive. Just before the close of polls, the team, we went to St. Andrew West Central, that's the Prime Minister's constituency. And on our way along Olympic Way, which the Prime Minister says is perhaps the most popular hip strip in the country, absolute partying on the street, the revelry, the sound of bells. Social distancing was missing, was noted only for its absence, really. But the Jamaica Labour Party supporters were sure, and the Prime Minister said it to this morning when he was about to vote, for the first time, indicating a number that the Jamaica Labour Party may be targeting. He said at the time at Mona High that they were targeting about 40 seats. And with the news you've just given me that the Kingston Central has fallen to the Jamaica Labour Party, then we could be looking for more than 40 seats.
Well, the JLP now leading in 42 seats, the PNP in 11. Christina Williams, you're paying a lot of attention to the youth, but what do you make of the response of the older population, certainly the older voting population, to what's been said on the campaign trail?
I think partisanship is still very alive and well in Jamaica. I say that unashamedly. And I think that is why it's so important for there to be a balance of young people, not even just young people, but just informed Jamaicans who want to make a decision based on the manifestos, based on the track record, and not just on, oh, because my bond comes to PNP or my bond comes to JLP, or I'm from this particular household, or this particular era is, as Dr. McAlpin said, political garrison, that they continue to vote in that way. And even with the Peter Phillips race, even though Miss Mary did not win, I found it noteworthy because she went pretty close in my opinion. And it shows that it's possible that partisanship is breaking up, and we may be finding more voters voting on track records and manifestos more than just the expectation.
Well, here's a man who talks a lot about his record, Manchester North Eastern, Audley Shaw. He is going back to Gordon House. That was expected, 6,909 votes, 70% of the votes compared with Donald Jackson of the PNP, 2,990, 106 boxes counted. There were 106 boxes to be counted, 34% voter turnout. Again, Dr. Thame, we're seeing a pattern of low voter turnout across the entire country?
Yeah, I think that's troubling, and that the idea of youth somehow intervening in a non-partisan way, I find interesting, because they are not showing up to vote. In fact, very few people are. So it suggests to us that people don't think democracy matters, and they are finding that the state does not matter to them. So the question becomes, well, what matters? And
Well, hold on. This is interesting now. Manchester Southern, Robert Chin, 5,985 votes to Michael Stewart of the People's National Party, 4,999. 98 boxes counted, 114 to go. Darian Luton.
Manchester
Southern.
appears to be going green.
This would be the first since 1989,
Yes.
if my memory serves me correctly, that there would be a JLP MP
Yes.
if Michael Stewart loses.
And interestingly, I don't know if you recall that chat we had when Michael Stern was in charge of the JLP Area Council 3, responsible for Clarendon. He said that he had Chin going in a bit late, so he wasn't really looking for it. Also the case of where Mikhail is involved in a ding-dong battle, in a few votes separating himself and the JLP candidate over there. So Manchester Central, Bunting is trailing, Audley is home and resting, meaning that he has won, not that he has been sent home. You have Michael Stewart, appears to be very, very weak, and perhaps that can be called. In fact, I think it should be called. And then you're only looking, the only seat at the PNP may be looking forward to know if Belfield doesn't answer the call for Peter Bunting, then it is Northwest Manchester. Bunting will remember that he was a young man when he retired, one Hugh Shearer. It may be the case that Rhoda has ideas in terms of retirement.
But let's recall what happened back in 2016. Michael Stewart, at that time, was seeking to become member of parliament for the first time, and he polled 8,414 to Hadrian Mikulski of the JLP 7,238. So Michael Stewart won by just about 6 percentage points over Mikulski. So is it too early to call? With 98 boxes gone, 114 is the target, with Robert Chin of the JLP, who in fact had come in late, very late in the game, at 5,985 to Michael Stewart's 4,998.
Yeah, man, that's 1,000 votes. 1,000 votes in an election where the swing is against you is like a mountain.
That's a fact.
Michael Stewart would be hoping for a miracle.
So you're saying that the People's National Party has lost Manchester Central for the first time since 1989?
No, we're not talking about Manchester Central.
Manchester Southern, I beg your pardon.
I am saying it is heading there. And I am saying also that unless the Hills of Belfield answers the call of Peter Bunting, then this could be good night, sweet Prince for him.
Very well. So let's move on to one other constituency which has been getting a lot of attention. Darian Luton, you may want to go to Westmoreland Central. Because in Westmoreland Central, the PNP's Dwayne Vaz is trailing 3,316 votes to the JLP's George Wright, 3,730 votes. We definitely need to hear from Dr. McAlpin on this shift, do we say, so far in the game. Note, though, that only 77 of 167 boxes have been counted. But what are you making of the trend in voting so far, Dr. McAlpin?
Especially in that constituency, that was one I was watching, because I think the margin of victory was shortened vis-a-vis 2016 and 2011. And so the JLP was looking and targeting that seat to see what could happen, because I think they sensed this kind of complacency within that region. And so they went for it. They targeted, Hanover, Trelawney, Westmoreland. So let's see if it will reap the results. We still have a long way to go, but I think the trends are very interesting in central Westmoreland.
Darian Luton?
Look at Eastern Westmoreland. the seat that PJ Patterson lost in 1980, Luther Buchanan is holding on for dear life. Less than 100 is leading by with 1 box to go.
So that's 4,750 for Luther Buchanan. Daniel Lawrence of the JLP, 4,667. So Luther Buchanan, Westmoreland Eastern, 4,750 to Daniel Lawrence, 4,667. This is significant.
This is a former Deputy General Secretary of the People's National Party, somebody who learned at the feet of his uncle, the late Donald Barrington Buchanan, who understands organization, who understands politics. The fact that Luther polled 6,500 in the last election, they're about 6,479, and is just able to get up to 4,700. It tells you that the ground.
Well, Trelawney Northern has gone to Tova Hamilton.
Yes, not so
Tova Hamilton, 8,508 votes to Victor Wright, the incumbent, 6,771. Clive Monroe Jr.
Well, that is a big swing. Trelawney, North Trelawney, especially nearer to the coast, they have been traditionally PNP and hardcore, die-hard. And there had been a deliberate push by the JLP to take that seat as a part of, it seems, a kind of corridor.
Hold that point. We need to come back to Trelawney Northern in a short while. We're also tracking St. Elizabeth Southwestern, where there is a keen battle. That constituency is called the Bellwether constituency for this simple reason. Whoever wins that constituency of St. Elizabeth Southwestern since 1959 has moved on to form the government. We'll see what Floyd Green will make of what's happening in St. Elizabeth Southwestern, where he's also challenged by the PNP's Ewan Stevenson. But let's go back to the constituencies that have so far been declared for the JLP. There are now 9 constituencies declared for the JLP: Kingston Western, Kingston Central, St. Andrew Eastern, St. Andrew Northeastern, St. Andrew North Central, Trelawney Northern, Manchester Northeastern, St. Catherine Southern, St. Catherine Central, and St. Catherine South Central, all declared for the Jamaica Labour Party. Jovan Johnson is at the JLP HQ. We'll link back with him to find out if there has been any further news from where he is standing. Jovan, is there anything that you can tell us happening in the last minute or two at the JLP HQ?
Thanks, Damien. Just the continued celebrations of some seemingly jubilant JLP supporters in a bar nearby, not on the main property here at the JLP headquarters. You will recall that the Jamaica Labour Party election campaign said that they were not allowing supporters to come onto the grounds of its headquarters here. I do recall seeing spokesperson Kamina Johnson-Smith and a member of the communications team, Sharon Hay Webster, sitting watching down, glued to their television screens. But what you hear, you're not getting much from them. They're watching sort of in a sort of keeping a straight face, if you will, notwithstanding the trend seemingly in their party's favor.
I can tell you, Jovan, as we say goodbye to you for now, that the JLP is leading in 39 seats, the PNP in 9 seats. So far declared for the JLP, 9 seats. So far declared for the PNP, 6 seats. And Christina, these are the constituencies where the PNP has won. Kingston East and Port Royal, St. Andrew East Central, St. Andrew Southwestern, St. Andrew Southern, St. Andrew Southeastern, and St. Catherine Southern. Any surprises there?
For me, no. No surprises there for me. But I heard your co-host keep saying the term the ground, and I think it means that it's possible that the PNP failed at energizing their base. And we're seeing that not just in the turnout, but just overall in the votes.
Well, let's talk about the strategy going into this campaign. The PNP had said they'll be seeking to hold on to the 29 seats.
Right. And then
then get some more.
Right.
But the issue of campaigning and the groundwork would have been impacted by COVID-19, which resulted in a lot of effort being placed on social media.
I think we need to stop utilizing COVID-19 as a scapegoat for failures by our political representatives. Because yes, the election was called now, but they would have been aware that it was coming up. So you should have been working in your respective constituencies. It's not just about you going out there and encouraging people to vote. It's also about your track record. So if you weren't out there energizing through fixing the roads and getting water and light and whatever else people needed. You can't expect them to come out and vote when you come beg them to vote for you months before the election. Expect the people deserve more.
Yes.
I think it's a little bit more complicated than that, though, because you are also working with limited resources when it comes to election campaigns. And that I think that what this is showing me is less about what's happening on the ground and more that the Brogard factor is important, that people seem to have been energized by the image of Andrew Holness.
Well, certainly we're going to talk about the PNP election, or that leadership election, which happened in September last year, probably almost a year ago, that there was that leadership election. But for now, we go to St. Catherine Southern, where Fitz Jackson, the incumbent, was seeking to hold on to his seat. Well, all 138 boxes have been counted. Fitz Jackson, 6,318 to Delroy Dobney of the JLP, 5,576. So Fitz Jackson would have won St. Catherine Southern, Doreen Luton. You expected that?
Expected the margin. I expect it to be wider, but based on what's happening in the election, you can see the trend. The JLP, they are getting out votes. The PNP are not. They have not been able to move the base. In fact, I draw your attention to Westmoreland Western, where Vice President of the People's National Party, Dr. Wickham McNeil, appears to be fighting for his life.
Yeah.
95 of 121 box counted, 98 of 121. He is on 3,970.
Yes.
And Moreland Wills of the JLP, 5,160. In fact, Moreland has gotten almost the same amount of votes that Dixon Palmer got in the last election, and there are more boxes to be counted.
Well, Darren Luton, Westmoreland Eastern, Luther Buchanan is out. 4,823 to Daniel Lawrence of the JLP, 4,831.
I see the recount. This will go to the recount. But remember, last time there was a landslide to the Jamaica Labour Party in 1980. PJ Patterson went out there. Euphema Williams came in. Yes? That is the same seat that Luther Buchanan went to.
There is an independent candidate in the constituency of Westmoreland Eastern. That's Haile McHale. You will remember that name. He's got 30 votes.
I think he may have surprised himself there. But the issue for me, it is looking back at the ground general for the People's National Party in at least having to go to a recount. What this says now is that I need to look and see what's happening over in South St. James, because it tells me then that Dr. Walton Small may be in deep, deep trouble.
So far, 15 seats declared for the JLP, 7 declared for the PNP. Leading the JLP, 35 seats. The PNP leading in 6 seats. So let me go now to the constituencies that would have been won by
Horace Daly has lost.
Horace Daly has lost. That's Clarendon Northern.
Yes.
Well, let's move up to Clarendon Northern to see.
6,030 votes to Dwight Sibley. Horace Washington Daly, for the second time, has lost North Clarendon. 5,322. Only 47% of the votes.
Christina, I hear you exhaling. Tell me why.
That's my first surprise for the. Yes, that I did not expect that.
That's Clarendon Northern.
Yes, I did not expect that. Wow.
And the farm workers are not overseas.
They're very much
Oh,
here.
did he just go there?
He did. Clive, you had a point you wanted to make earlier.
You know what's curious about all of this? There has been a deliberate strategy to attack those who thought that they were the strongest in the PNP.
True.
Of the four vice presidents, Damian Crawford is not on the ballot. Michael Phillips is fighting for his life. Wickham McNeil looks like he's about to lose. And I'm missing somebody there. Who am I missing?
So you have Wickham who is losing.
Angela Paulwell. You're right.
Philip Paulwell is okay. He couldn't lose that.
Angela Brownberg was on the outskirts, but she kept her seat. But it goes back to this factor, as Dr. Thames said, the Brogard factor, but how it has decimated the leadership of the PNP. And it's interesting now what will happen when the PNP attempts to recraft itself out of this. Because funny enough, it is the first seat that was called for the PNP, I think, was Mark Golding, a man who had no such aspirations. But he might be one of those who might have to lead the new PNP, because many of the traditional persons have no seat.
Dr. McAlpin, you're watching on. What are you making of the developments here?
Well, Well, initially I was prepared to think of a diagnosis, but this more looks like a post-mortem, you know. And
You did not go there,
I'm
Dr. McAlpin.
no, I'm talking figuratively. I went there because in many ways, I think if anyone was telling me that they had these kinds of projections at this time, 8:15 in the evening, I would say they're lying. So I saw trends, but there's absolutely no way I think anyone. I know earlier people said, well, they're thinking of 34. I gave the JLP 37, but it could mean that they score as much as the PNP did in 2011,
Well, let's just run through
which
then
is
the list
42
of
to
those
21.
constituencies where the JLP has won. Kingston Western, Kingston Central, St. Andrew Eastern, St. Andrew Northeastern, St. Andrew North Central, St. Andrew Northwestern, Trelawney Northern, Westmoreland Eastern, St. Elizabeth Northwestern, so that will be the seat of J.C. Hutchinson. He has retained that seat. Manchester Northeastern, that's Audley Shaw. He has retained that. Clarendon Central, Mike Henry prevails. Clarendon, St. Catherine Central, is that Babsy Green? Yes. St.
Yes.
Catherine West Central and St. Catherine South Central. Those are the seats that have been declared so far for the Jamaica Labour Party. Let's move then to the seats declared so far for the People's National Party. And declared means that the People's National Party or the Jamaica Labour Party would have won the seat. All boxes have been in and counted. This now for the PNP, Kingston Eastern and Port Royal, St. Andrew East Central, that's Peter Phillips, St. Andrew Southwestern, that is Dr. Angela Brown Burke, St. Andrew Southern, that's Mark Golding, St. Andrew Southeastern, who's that, Darian? That flips me just now. Southeastern, St.
Julian
Andrew.
Robinson.
Julian Robinson, that's correct. St. Catherine Southern, that's Fitzjackson, and St. Catherine Eastern, where Denise Daly was seeking to fight off Dwight Picoult.
Dwight
So
Picoult.
Denise Daly has retained the seat, 5,602 votes to Picoult, 4,257.
Look at the extent to which he has dropped votes, down from 8,001 vote the last time.
And at the last time, Picoult had polled 5,363. So both have dropped some points there. 57% this year. Last time it was 59% for Denise Daly, while Picoult had 40% of the votes last time. This time he is up to 43%. And the voter turnout again, 31%. Dr. Thane, you had a point you were making.
I think we should turn to St. Anne.
Southeast?
Dayton is both,
Okay.
actually.
This is Northwest.
Northwest, Dayton is trailing significantly. Shand has gotten 726 votes, but even with those 726 votes, Crystal Lee would be leading in St. Anne Northwestern, and in South. I think that
Lisa Hanna.
Lisa Hanna was trailing.
She's
At my
trailing.
last, right.
She's now at 4,910 to Grandstone's 4,919. So
With
she
7
is,
boxes to go.
She is still trailing. That's a surprise. St. Andrew
That's a
Southeastern
surprise.
is a PNP bed.
This was a man who came on the ballot 2 to 3 weeks ago, just to put it in perspective. And she's a multi-term MP. So you really do have to look at some of these factors from the top down and how they have influenced the voting.
Well, let's go back to St. Anne Northwestern. That's important. Let's look at the numbers a bit closer. Crystal Lee of the JLP, 7,366. Dayton Campbell, 5,481. Lee has 54% of the votes. Campbell has 40% of the votes. Peter Shand, the independent candidate, 726. We're looking at a voter turnout of 37%. There are 37,000 electors in St. Anne Northwest. 118 boxes are in and counted. 127 boxes is the grand total. It is appearing, Dr. McAlpin, that it's good night for Dayton Campbell.
Yes, and the rumblings were there. I think from the local government elections of 2016, I began to get a sense that he was not in control, of the constituency. And I think there was just a high level of dissatisfaction reflected in the 4 divisions that were all won by the JLP in the local government elections. But I think generally his national stature the very bitter leadership race. I think there are several factors that coalesced around him, losing that seat. For me, it's not a surprise, though I expected that he would have won marginally.
Are we saying goodbye to Ian Hales in the seat of Hanover Western? Tamika Davis, 5,472 votes to Ian Hales, 4,605. One box left to be counted. Well, 11 boxes left to be counted. There are 111 boxes, 100 so far counted, and Davis has 54% of the votes to Hales' 46. Darren, this is significant at this point.
There's a view that Ian Hales knows how to win elections. It may be that the formula escaped him this time around. Tamika Davis picking up more votes than the JLP did in the last election, and Ian Hales dropping votes as he goes along, is in deep, deep trouble. It looks to me like that belt starting all the way from St. Anne will take you into at least Westmoreland. Maybe it will come around into St. Elizabeth again. Then it takes you into Clarendon and Manchester then Clarendon.
And one long corridor.
The JLP had said it was targeting the West, and it had been spending a lot of time there. In fact, that's where the Prime Minister really began the tour in the Western Belt, Clive Munro Jr.
Yes, and the truth is, if you study like rural politics, the JLP has a very strong concentration of support, particularly in northern St. James. And it seems that they've tried to build out from there towards, and that's why I refer to it as the corridor, towards Trelawney, to the south into St. Elizabeth, to the west in Hanover, and as far as Westmoreland. And they seem to have managed to bring out their voters while somehow managing to, I'm not going to say suppress, but disincentivize the PNP supporters because they just have not come out. If you look at these numbers, one of the things that keeps coming out is that the PNP numbers for the existing candidates and MPs have dropped significantly.
And if you were to go back, not just at the 2016, if you were to look at 2011, you would see how far it's coming from, because 2016 was when they lost a lot of votes.
Yes.
The swing against them and they lost a lot of votes. So the true test, I think, is if you match up this election with what happened in 2011.
So you're saying the country is getting green?
No.
We wanted to stop at St. Elizabeth South Eastern, but take me to Manchester Central. There is something happening as we speak in Manchester Central. With 108 boxes counted, there are 128 boxes to be counted. Rhoda Crawford of the Jamaica Labour Party, 6,902 votes. To Peter Bunting of the People's National Party, 5,765 votes.
Don't forget
Rohan
the
Chong,
votes.
38 votes. Clive Munro Jr.
Wow, he's not out and stunting today.
Not at all.
That's for certain. This is another upset, but again, it goes with the trend, and I think the people are telling the high-level members of the PNP something. I hope they're hearing it, but they're telling them something very, very clear. It's a part of a generational shift, I think. It's not just COVID. It has to do with, and I think, honestly, there was a time within the last 4 years where I had a question in my mind as to whether or not people were into Andrew Holness himself as his personal authority or what he represented. But I think after this election, there is certainly a galvanizing around him. You can't debate the factor anymore. It exists, and it has damaged the PNP in a significant way.
I think he has a cult following.
Yes.
Sorry. And that's what I personally think.
A cult following?
I think he has a cult following.
Yeah.
What is interesting enough, this is the Andrew Holness who the JLP nearly didn't have.
Yes.
Yes.
Well, I see Dr. McAlpin giving a smile there. So let me get the meaning behind the smile. Doc?
No, it was more that I think we're stretching the cultic personality. I just think it's a question not just of the JLP winning convincingly and convincing the people. I think the people were just not convinced by the PNP's message. So though there is a Brogard factor, and I hate to use the term, so I think the personal appeal, it's not charisma, it is more a light version of popularity. I won't even call it populism, but I definitely don't think it borders anywhere on kind of cultic status. I think it's just trendy, but we'll see how that can be translated into effective governance. That for me is the post-mortem.
Well, Julian Robinson is at home with COVID-19, but he's going to celebrate in one way or another tonight. He has won his St. Andrew Southeastern seat, 4,508, to Kari Douglas of the JLP, 3,342. Is this a good showing, though, Doc?
I think Julian is respectably winning. But I wanted to go back to the conversation just now a bit. Andrew Holness is not a figure of charisma.
Not a figure of charisma.
He's not a charismatic leader. So it's not charisma that is carrying Holness. But we don't... Well, I wouldn't even say populism. I think that the JLP has maintained a lot of its attention has been in marketing and marketing an idea of what the Jamaica Labour Party is. And I think that in this particular moment of quote unquote, markets, what sells is appealing to the public. I think that is what is playing. It is not the personality of Andrew Holness per se. And I think we should remember that the voter turnout is significantly low. So when we think about mandates, so yes, it has gone overwhelmingly to the Jamaica Labour Party, but the fact that the population has not shown up to vote is an important factor that we cannot ignore.
But why didn't they show up to vote? Because they were not energized. I feel as if we have to balance out the argument. So one, there were a lot of issues on the PNP side with the leadership rivalry that happened last year. That's one, of course. But I think it also speaks to the people not being energized. They said that Jamaica is a PNP country. That's what I grew up as a young person and heard, that most people are PNP or from PNP homes. So maybe the people are there, they're still PNP quote unquote, but they're not compelled to go out and vote because of the messaging, as you spoke about earlier, Doctor, that the ideologies as well are not very distinct from the JLP anymore. We look at the manifestos, a lot of the manifesto points were actually very similar. If you look at it, both of them focused on housing this year as one of the things. So I think that we're not able to quickly establish that, okay, the PNP versus the JLP, PNP have better policy. So we just, all right then, bro God it is, because he's a young prime minister.
Well, Julia Cuthbert-Flynn will be going back to Gordon House. She has 8,620 votes to Crystal Tomlinson of the People's National Party, 5,547. This is a seat we spoke about earlier, Dr. Thame, that you were watching. St. Andrew West Rural.
It's a significant gap. Crystal has not been able to gain traction in the seat, and Cuthbert-Flynn has, expanded her gap in between now and the last election. So it's a very respectable win, I think.
Well, the die is cast, the dust is settled in St. Andrew Eastern. Fable Williams will be returning to Gordon House. 6,855 votes, that's 59% of the votes. Benisha Phillips, 4,843. This is St. Andrew Eastern, where it was another battle of women. Darren, what do you make of this?
So, when the polls, the Gleaner Commission done on this polls were published last week, there was a lot of noise about the accuracy of the polls and whether the pollster knew what he was doing. It is clear that the people on the ground were communicating very early what their intention. The fact that at 123, that was the margin could open so wide, it tells you that there's something significantly wrong in the body politic as it relates to the People's National Party, energizing the base at the very least, and then winning over independents. I'd also point out that, just take somebody for example like Patricia Duncan Sutherland. She has spent at least 10 years in Southeast Clarendon. She'll be joining, as she did the last time, her sister on the sideline. She won't be going to Parliament. Colonel Charles Jr. will be heading back there. 5 boxes to go, and he's leading by nearly 3,000.
Dr. McAlpin, this is amid what the People's National Party campaigned on, corruption in government. Just didn't stick, did it?
Well, the poll before that, I think in March, had indicated that 47% of Jamaicans would not use corruption as a basis on which to make an electoral choice. So to be clear, I almost laughed when I saw both parties trading corruption blows. It was almost a race to the bottom. It wasn't an ascendancy to the top. It was more a question of whether or not we could say, you have 19 scandals, I only have 16. You stole 6.5 billion, I only stole 4. And so that was the kind of impression I got. And the poll, the Don Anderson polls, confirmed that earlier this year, that almost half of Jamaicans said that their electoral choice was not based on the perception of corruption. That says to me that we have become not just acquainted with, we have accepted that corruption is a part of our political infrastructure.
We have to take a very short break, but just before we go to that break, well, let's go to St. Andrew East Rural. Juliet Holness of the Jamaica Labour Party. She has 8,033 votes, so that's Juliet Holness of the JLP, 8,033 votes to Joan Gordon Webley of the People's National Party, 5,729. Darren, this is where you come in.
You know, when Joan started out in Parliament, she was 28 years old. Still a record. Well, maybe I need to check the age of the young lady.
That's in the 1980s.
In the 1980s. 1980.
To be exact, yes.
She was 28. And then she won 83, well, unopposed. She has lost every election since.
For this very constituency it was.
Well, except for Southeast, St. Andrew, where she contested Maxine Henry Wilson in 2007. Yes, 07. But she has lost every election since. 5 elections, 4 in East Rural. It is, I don't know if it's a decent run for her getting 5,000. I don't know what her target was. Or she's going up against the Prime Minister's wife, who is well-resourced and who is rumored to be one of the better organizers in politics.
So let's, before we go to this break, this is the final one. Manchester Central, a constituency we're keeping our eye on, because Peter Bunting, now with 112 boxes of 128, has 5,908 votes to Rhoda Crawford of the JLP, 7,111. This is Jamaica Votes. We take a break. We'll be right back.
We look at life through different lenses. But with each one, we experience pride, sorrow, fear, success, joy. We grow and we change. The Gleaner, where life unfolds.
Not all multi-link debit card transactions are made equal. Some are amusing, others are fun. Some happen in the middle of the night, many happen on the run. Some are for necessities and some are just a treat. A few are unexpected and some are planned for weeks. But all of them are important, all of them unique. So Multilink empowers you with secure 24/7 all-island access to your money, so you can complete the most important transaction of all, yours.
Home internet from Flow can do so much more for you. It helps you stay closer to your family, wherever they are. Start a business of your own from home. High-speed online gaming, Flow Fiber is perfect for it. You can even learn something new, and you can enjoy it all with a Flow Internet and Home Phone combo plan for a special 3-month introductory price of only $3,499 plus GCT per month. We are Jamaica's largest network. Offer ends September 30, 2020. Conditions apply.
Bills to pay and funds to transfer? No problem. I do it all on my time with JN Bank Live Online Banking. It's my simple and secure online banking.
Phone credit need a top up?
We're sorry.
No problem. I do it with JN Bank Live Online Banking. It's my quick and easy experience with just a few clicks.
JN Bank Live, online banking that goes where you go. 24-hour banking, faster, easier experience. Sign up today. Visit jnbank.com. JN Bank will help you find a way.
Things are a little different these days. But when it comes to banking, you can keep doing what you normally do, right from home. Bank your way, 24/7 with Scotiabank.
Stay connected. Get the Gleaner and the Star at your nearest supermarket, gas station, or pharmacy. Or subscribe for your home delivery or e-paper subscription today. The Gleaner and the Star have you covered with details of the impact and plans for the COVID-19 pandemic, government releases, health and other features, classifieds, postponed events, plus more. Get the Gleaner and the Star at your nearest supermarket, gas station, or pharmacy. Or by home delivery or e-paper subscription today. The Gleaner, where life unfolds. The Star, the people paper.
If you're not victorious in this election, will you be stepping down as the leader of the People National Party?
Certainly, yes.
You would be stepping down, sir? And will you also be stepping down as Member of Parliament?
All in good time.
Yeah. So are you saying, just to be clear, that if you lose the election today, that you're going to be retiring from politics or stepping down as party leader?
Both.
If you're
That's the leader of the People's National Party, Peter Phillips, speaking with reporters earlier today, saying that if he loses this election, he will be stepping down as opposition leader, stepping down as a member of parliament for St. Andrew East Central. Well, do we say the writing is on the wall? We're back with more results. Darian Luton.
Well, Westmoreland, Dr. Wickham McNeil is trailing 117 boxes of 121 counted. He's trailing 1,168 votes. That's how far he is from Moreland Wilson. Westmoreland, they says PNP country. I'm not certain if that is still the case. They seem to be losing this. They have lost our good friend Luther Buchanan over there by 8. That would be heading to magisterial recount, I believe. But Westmoreland Western, watch that. Watch now, they have lost Westmoreland Eastern. Then Westmoreland Central may be added to that. Westmoreland could be going green as well.
Dr. Thiem, what are you looking at?
Well, I'm looking at St. James West Central because Andre Horton told us that we shouldn't trust the polls. It's early days yet. It's just 58 boxes of the 101 seats that we have before us, so we might see a shift. But so far, Malahoo Fort is in a respectable lead.
And what's her number?
She's at 3697 to 2263.
That's formative. Clive Monroe Jr., where are you looking at?
One bright spot for the PNP, Clarendon Southwestern, Noel Butch Arscott's former seat. Lothan Cousins it seems, will be taking this seat. He has 6,225 votes to Kent Gammon of the JLP, 4,303 votes after 91 of the 96 boxes. I would imagine that he would probably be the only new member of the PNP to be going to Gordon House.
Well, coming right down the line, Christina Williams, where are you looking at?
St. Mary's Southeastern, Norman Dunn is at 6,353 against Shane Alexis at 4,578. I find this seat very interesting because, you know, this is a marginal seat. Last election we had JLP at 7,311 versus the PNP at 7,184. So we're seeing Norman actually is widening the gap for this particular race or this particular election, and I find that very interesting.
Darren, you have a seat there we need to go to?
Lisa Hanna has won by, seems to be just 14 votes.
Lisa Hanna?
Lisa Hanna.
14 votes in St. Anne Southeastern.
We're having, yes, so what we're looking at is who will be the leader of the opposition.
Well.
Peter Phillips is going to resign as leader of the opposition because it's clear that the PNP is heading for opposition. And he is not going to stay on in the parliament, so we'll have a by-election there to cost the people again. But Dr. Wickham McNeil on the rocks, Lisa Hanna barely getting there.
Peter Bunting
is fighting to get there, looking to Belfield. Then, I don't know, maybe it's Mark Golden, maybe it is The chairman Fitzjackson. But I think the PNP
and Lisa Hanna out of that three.
Searching for an opposition leader.
We have to come back to what happened, but we're going to be joining quite shortly Derek Ramsarouge, pollster over there in Trinidad and Tobago. But before that, St. Mary's Central, Morris Guy, 5,856 to Lennon Richards of the Jamaica Labour Party, 5,529. 97 boxes counted, 101 boxes the target. Again, St. Mary's Central, Dr. Morris Guy, 5,856. Lennon Richards of the Jamaica Labour Party, 5,529. This is St. Mary Central. Let's look also at St. Mary Western. Bobby Montague, 8,299 to Jason Stanford of the People's National Party, 5,003 votes. 120 boxes counted, 140 boxes the target. There were some complaints coming earlier today from Jason Stanford. We're yet to have any statement from the EOJ to corroborate or to refute that there were apparently irregularities in St. Mary Western. We will wait to see exactly what will be the pronouncement of the EOJ on that. But let's say good evening to Derek Ramsarouge in Trinidad. How are you?
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon. Good afternoon to all your panelists. A very interesting conversation, as well as to all the Jamaican people.
I'm sure you've been watching the numbers and watching what has been happening here. The Jamaica Labour Party way out front. And if we think what happened down in St. Kitts and also what happened in Trinidad is something to go by, it could be 2 terms good for the JLP.
It could be at least 2 terms good for the JLP. What I am interested in would be to ensure what happens, for example, in Portland Eastern, whether Anne-Marie Vaz has the capacity to win that seat again. What happens in St. Mary's South with Don, Dr. Don, and what also happens in St. James South, right, with the mayor, and he is contesting there. If you call an election, you must have the capacity to win more seats. That's how you determine the success for calling an election. So we are seeing the JLP under Andrew Holness having the capacity to at this point in time, go beyond the existing 3 seats, the 34 seats that they may have, and probably add a couple more seats to that. The question tonight is the following. Would he be in a capacity to be close to getting the 2/3 majority? Would he be able to work with other members on the opposition to get to the 2/3 majority? Because what is needed in Jamaica, while we're all excited about the elections, we still have the economy to deal with. We still have the management of COVID to deal with, the alleviation of poverty, ensuring that we have water for people, ensuring that the cost of living is affordable, an increase in wages. So as well as we have the IMF perhaps knocking on the doors of Jamaica. So while we get over all this enthusiasm at this point in time, come the end of September, the population and the country would have bills to pay, and therefore the capacity to manage our economy in a period of COVID is going to be critical. I'm not taking away anything from the election tonight. Clearly, something has gone drastically wrong inside the PNP.
On what went wrong? What went wrong from your standpoint, Clive Monroe Jr.?
What went wrong is that the opposition did not put a credible economic plan. The opposition did not actually build sufficient of a default vote against the JLP. What went wrong is that the PNP did not clearly understand the capacity of the JLP to put election day machinery in place. What went wrong was the old guard, if I may say so, within the PNP who had so much political experience, did not quite understand the adaptability was needed now to get younger people involved and to get your undecided and swing voters in.
Hold that point, Mr. Ramsarouge. Let's go to Darren Luton, who has an intervention.
Michael Phillips has won, so he has Damian Young seemed to have given him a good run. 100 boxes counted, 100% of the votes in, 5,602 for Michael Phillips, 4,879 for Damian Young of the Jamaica Labour Party.
So if any consolation for the opposition leader, Dr. Peter Phillips, his son will be with him?
At least until the time he decides to resign as he indicated.
And
in
retire.
order to give somebody else a break in
We're
East
coming to Clive Monroe Jr. on what went wrong, but let's go over to Portland Eastern, as you were asking Mr. Ramsamouj, where Anne-Marie Vaz, the wife of Daryl Vaz, is seeking to hold on to power, and in fact she has, with 8,271 votes to Purcell Jackson of the People's National Party, 6,368 votes. So Anne-Marie Vaz has won. But Clive Monroe Jr., what went wrong?
I think Mr. Ramsamouj has hit most of the points, if not all of them, on their head. A lot of things went wrong. Just a misunderstanding of exactly where the PNP was as a party and its capacities or incapacities to do certain things. It seems as well that in the 4 years there was this kind of, for want of a kind of targeted approach. That is to say, wait until the time had come and throw everything that you have against that election. And that plan seems to have backfired as well, because the people seem as well, when you look at the fact that the economic plan wasn't particularly strong or even decipherable from what the JLP was doing, it also didn't captivate the people. The leader of the opposition didn't captivate the people, and the people just went against the PNP altogether. But it seems as well the question of unity, that the PNP was not able to organize itself in such a way even to bring out its past turnout. And even if you factor the reduced voter turnout, the numbers would still be less for most of the PNP candidates, if not all, than in the last election, even if you adjust it based on the lower voter turnout.
Yes. Well, let us just run through quickly the constituencies that the JLP has won. Kingston Western, Kingston Central, St. Andrew West Rural, St. Andrew West Central, St. Andrew Eastern, St. Andrew North Eastern, St. Andrew North Central, St. Andrew North Western, St. Thomas Eastern. So Doreen Michelle Charles is taking the seat away from Dr. Fenton Ferguson. Portland Eastern, St. Anne Northeastern. So Marsha Smith is going to be sitting in Parliament. That was expected, replacing, taking the seat over having with Shahini Robinson's passing. Then we also do have St. Thomas Eastern. I think I've said that already. Portland Eastern, St. Anne Northeastern, St. Anne Northwestern is going to the Jamaica Labour Party. Crystal Lee, 7,823 to Dr. Dayton Campbell, 5,781. So Dr. Dayton Campbell has lost his seat as the Member of Parliament for St. Anne Northwestern. That is significant. Trelawney Northern, Tova Hamilton has unseated Victor Wright. St. James East Central goes to the People's National Party, expected. Edmund Bartlett retaining that seat for St. James East Central. Well, here are some more.
Ian Hales has lost.
Ian Hales has lost
Yes.
in Westmoreland, in Hanover.
Big time.
What are the numbers you have there?
Tamika Davis, 6,008 votes. Ian Hales, 4,987. That's a big win.
So St. Catherine East Central, St. Catherine South Central, St. Catherine Northeastern, St. Catherine West Central, those are all going to the Jamaica Labour Party. St. Catherine Southwestern, Clarendon Central, Clarendon Northern, Manchester Northeast, St. Elizabeth Northwest, Westmoreland Eastern, St. James East Central, all seats secured by the Jamaica Labour Party. We are standing by to join the members of the People's National Party at the PNP HQ. We joined Edmund Campbell earlier on. While we wait for that feed, let's see what the seats in which the PNP now leading. Only two. These two, St. Andrew Western and St. Mary Central. Those are the only two seats in which the PNP is leading. The Jamaica Labour Party would have been leading in 22 others. And so far, the Jamaica Labour Party has had 28 seats declared in its favor. The People's National Party, 11. Mr. Ramsamouj, what do you make of this so far?
Well, It should not surprise anyone, but there are benefits to be derived from the type of campaign that JLP ran. If you look at it, there was a very specific emphasis dealing with gender and the quantum, the number of female candidates that you had and the level of confidence placed in them. So there was the gender argument, there was also an age argument, and there was also a perspective of trying to develop a better quality of life to address some of the issues of poverty. So these three factors converged along with a machinery that was well financed, well structured, as well as when you look at the type of politics that was played, it had to be more relevant to the younger population. So it came down to election day machinery, and it came down to having a clear vision or a better vision as where they would like to take the country. Now, whether it is doable is another issue. But once you build a credible story and you have pockets all over the country believing in you, it's easy to create a type of momentum that took a life of its own outside of the normal type of campaigning.
Very well. Darian, what do you make of the assessment of Mr. Ramswood?
It is right on. The need to, in terms of the level of the messaging, where it's focused on what's at the heart of the JLP's policy, vis-a-vis that of the PNP. The PNP in the law had what they call a strategy about giving back, almost something harping back to the 1970s, which may not have found favor with a lot of the voters. The candidates on the ground, though, while you take a top-down approach in terms of what the party policies are, you would hope that, or you would think that on the ground, it's a seat-by-seat assessment would give the PNP a better advantage, being that they are rumored to be the better ground party on the day. But if you take central Manchester with 3 boxes to go, Peter Bunting is trailing by 1,011. That seems to be almost over. Also, if you look over in central Westmoreland, PNP country, a vase appears to be broken.
We're standing by to join the PNP headquarters as well as the Jamaica Labour Party headquarters. We'll do so in a short while, but let's just look at the actual numbers coming out of St. Mary's Southeastern. We want to go back there because this seat has just about 6 boxes left to be counted. Dr. Shane Alexis would have been trying to work some magic for the People's National Party in St. Mary's Southeastern. He has 4,989 votes to Dr. Norman Dunn, 6,742 votes. Shane Alexis would have been beaten in the by-election. Now he is taking a beating in the general election. Would he come out of this wounded, Darian, given the fact that he does not have a very deep political past?
I would be surprised if he stays around to run in another election. From what I was hearing on the ground, he wasn't well resourced. I'm not too certain if he got enough support from the party central, and then the strategy. There's something about, and I want to see what's happening here. But the PNP overtime in Southeast St. Mary, after Harry Douglas went there in 1989, because that's the first time the PNP won that seat, what we found was that the PNP was using Anata Bay to drive their votes and then to go to Belfield for the crowning. What we are seeing what we saw in the by-election, and I wouldn't be surprised if it happens now, is that Anata Bay is no longer as orange as they thought it was. It may require new organization from the PNP, and getting a beaten in the way, in the manner in which they are now, it will call for deep introspection. It will call for a rebuilding of the party from the ground up, and a lot of the candidates, I think, will be casualties. I think perhaps he should have been shifted to a seat like an Eastern St. Andrew. He would have done very well there.
Yes, yes.
If I may, just one quick question, if I may add. To take what we talked about in St. Mary's South, that's an example of winnability that is well resourced, where you have a leadership team at the constituency and the national level, and you have the capacity of trust. So people, remember Dr. Don barely lost the seat in the general election in 2016, right? So he has a level of credibility. So what the JLP was able to do was use leadership, trust, resources, put the election day machinery in seats like St. Mary's South. Sorry.
Lost.
Peter Bunting has lost Manchester Central.
Manchester Central has gone to the Jamaica Labour Party for the first time since 1980. Rhoda Moy Crawford, 8,097 votes. Peter Bunting, 7,112 votes.
128 boxes, all 128 counted.
Everything. Chang, yes, he did well. Chang, sorry, 67.
What do you do with Peter Bunting now?
It's what Peter Bunting does with himself. Peter Bunting challenged Peter Phillips for the leadership of the party. Now, Peter Phillips has led the PNP into election defeat, and Peter Phillips and Peter Bunting is seatless. I don't know if it is a way to, if you want to preserve his career, you want to bring him back through the Senate. Fundamentally, I don't believe that people who are rejected by the population should be foisted on them via the Senate. Yes? So Peter Bunting now may want to step back and look whether it is that he really has any more left in him. Is he what, 50?
He's going to be 60, I think, next week.
60 next week. So 60 and then another 5
So
years,
2 beatings
65.
consecutively, because the presidential election was on his birthday last year, and this year, just a week before his birthday, another beating. This is going to be stunning for Manchester Central, that Peter Bunting has lost to Rhoda Crawford.
I'm wondering what's happening in Belfield.
Well, clearly Belfield did not come out.
Maybe they did. On the other side.
Well, I can tell you, Dr. Thame, just before we come to you, that there are now 19 seats in which the JLP is leading, the PNP leading in 1 seat. So far declared for the JLP, 31 seats. So far declared for the People's National Party, 2 seats, 12 seats. Dr. Thame.
I wanted to respond to the assessment that, you know, the Jamaica Labour Party campaigned on a gender platform and an age platform. I don't think that that was their platform at all. I don't think gender mattered. I don't think that age mattered, because Andrew Holness, I suppose the age of the leader, but when you look at the party, Mike Henry, for example, is, you know, just his age speaks for itself. I don't think that that was the issue. What I think they campaigned on was the idea that they were the party of execution, and there is a way that they were always in election mode, and that the popularity of the Jamaica Labour Party was simply something that they continued upon. I think resources would have been an issue, and I think there is something to be said about what also happened on the ground and their capacity to bring out their party supporters.
Well, we're standing by to join the Jamaica Labour Party. We're going to take a break in a short while, but Mr. Ramsamooj, final comments from you for this segment. What do you make of this development with Peter Bunting, the man who challenged the leader of the People's National Party last year, losing his seat in Manchester Central?
Well, the PNP would actually have to find a new leader. It may not be one of the usual suspects. And if they wish to have any kind of longevity in politics, they now need to go back to the board and actually rethink and recalibrate how they develop their political entity. We must recognize that our political entities in the Caribbean have aged, and therefore it may be time for them to begin to restructure themselves to be more relevant, not just be election day machinery. Clearly, the PNP, as election day machinery, have deteriorated to the point of close to non-existence.
Well, we can tell you that Andrew Holness has arrived at the Jamaica Labour Party headquarters. We're looking at images coming from our photographers and videographers in the field, and Holness has arrived at the Jamaica Labour Party. We're expecting to hear from him quite soon. But a very interesting development here has to do with the popular vote. JLP 394,250 to the PNP's 294,909. This is significant.
It's in keeping with what we have been seeing all night.
Right.
Baselweight has lost as well.
St. Elizabeth Northeastern.
St. Elizabeth Northeast has gone to Delroy slowly. Wow. It has not since. I need to go since 1980.
Yes, it is a traditional PNPC.
When J.C. Hutchinson won it. Yes.
What are the numbers you have there?
7,029 for Delroy slowly, 6,524 for Baselweight.
Dr. Thame? Surprised?
I'm not surprised because, you know, Basil had credibility issues before, and, you know, his interest in returning to politics, you know, I'm not sure that he was going in with a strong force. So that I'm not entirely surprised about that.
So the headline has shifted. It's no longer the wait is over, but Basil is carrying the weight.
I don't know if Basil is going to stay around to build. Basil has been around for a long time, though. You know, give it to him. He's a soldier. He may be one of those who will have to rebuild the party after this because it is not going to be close. Yes? It is not going to be close. So they will have to find the young people who will have to stay around and help to build the party. Basil understands organization on the ground. Clearly, it didn't help him today.
Well, what have we here? Manchester Southern, Michael Stewart, 5,648 votes, that's 46%, to Robert Chin, 6,592. 110 boxes are in, 114 boxes to go.
Manchester is Greenland. It is going green. Has gone green.
Mikhail?
No, Mikhail is still there. So right. Mikhail perhaps is going to be, his neighbor is far away though. His closest neighbor would be Cousins.
In Southwest.
But let's put some perspective. Yeah. Let's put some perspective to Manchester, because it is the parish for a long time that had only one Jamaica Labour Party member of Parliament in Audley Shaw in Manchester North East. So Manchester Central traditionally, certainly over the last 3 terms, has been for the People's National Party. Manchester Southern with Michael Peart for many years had been with the People's National Party. Northwest with Dean Peart, handed over to Mikhail Phillips, the son of the PNP leader, had been traditionally People's National Party. And now it is seeming as though we'll have only one People's National Party member of Parliament in Manchester.
As is the case in, I can't say as is the case in Westmoreland, because just these are places that are known to be PNP territory. Yes, and the fact that they are running through, and the JLP, as I said, going into the election a week ago, they felt that they were behind with Rhoda, they felt that they were behind with Robert Chin, but yet Rhoda has prevailed, and Chin is making a very, very strong statement. Then it tells you the state of the PNP machinery down there as well.
But there's one more seat that the People's National Party has picked up. We'll come to that in a short while, but we need to take a very short break here on Jamaica Votes, our coverage of the 2020 general election in Jamaica. We'll be right back.
The Gleaner, where life unfolds. The Star, the People Paper.
We look at life through different lenses. But with each one, we experience pride, sorrow, fear, success, joy. We grow and we change. The Gleaner, where life unfolds.
Not all multi-link debit card transactions are made equal. Some are amusing, others are fun. Some happen in the middle of the night, many happen on the run. Some are for necessities and some are just a treat. A few are unexpected and some are planned for weeks. But all of them are important, all of them unique. So Multilink empowers you with secure 24/7 all-island access to your money so you can complete the most important transaction of all, yours.
Not getting what you want from your current provider? No unlimited talk and text to any network? Unlimited YouTube? Get unlimited local anywhere talk, all the social and YouTube you want, plus data. Here's your new SIM, your same number. Just dial *129 *6 number sign to get your 5-day plan.
You were looking at me, I was looking at you. We didn't say much, but well, both
Call
of
me.
us knew.
JN MoneyCard send from abroad. JN MoneyCard. Send the money. Mo want withdraw in a hurry. JN MoneyCard free. With your TRN and your ID. And when me no walk with cash, me just swipe like that. From abroad to card. Get the JN MoneyCard. It's safe, convenient, and free. JN MoneyCard. Stay safe and collect funds on the JN MoneyCard.
Download the new Scotia app with a faster low-time bank wherever, whenever. Be in control and transfer funds or pay bills quicker with just a few taps and a swipe. Plus, we're serious about security. Want real-time notifications for all your transactions? Check. Log in with fingerprint? Check. Turn your credit card on and off? Triple check. Protected. Your money is safe and secure. Bank wherever, whenever with the new Scotia app.
Stay connected. Get the Gleaner and the Star at your nearest supermarket, gas station, or pharmacy. Or subscribe for your home delivery or e-paper subscription today. The Gleaner and the Star have you covered with details of the impact and plans for the COVID-19 pandemic, government releases, health and other features, classifieds, postponed events, plus more. Get the Gleaner and the Star at your nearest supermarket, gas station, or pharmacy. Or by home delivery or e-paper subscription today. The Gleaner, where life unfolds. The Star, the people paper.
We look at life through different lenses. But with each one, we experience
This is Jamaica Votes, our coverage of the general election in Jamaica. It's a green field across most of Jamaica. The Jamaica Labour Party has been retained in power, will take Jamaica House and Gordon House as well. Edmund Campbell was at the People's National Party headquarters a short while ago, where Philip Paulwell, one of the campaign co-chairman, spoke to members of the media, and we now join Edmund. Edmund, what did Mr. Paulwell have to say?
Well, first of all, he indicated that the opposition leader would not be making a concession speech tonight. Rather, they will be holding a press conference tomorrow, I suppose, at which time he will address the country. Now, what has happened, in my view, interestingly, would be a throwback to the 1980 general election when the Edward Seaga-led Jamaica Labour Party won a landslide victory over the People's National Party, 51 seats at the time. Now, interestingly, Andrew Holness, being Mr. Seaga's protege, he clearly is pulling off an election victory that not many people had even imagined that he could have done in terms of the number of seats that we have seen and the swing, the entire swing across the country, as you indicated earlier, we're seeing green. But back to Philip Paulwell. Paulwell, at the press conference a short while ago, he indicated that he would not be putting the blame on anyone when questions were asked about the leadership of the party and Dr. Peter Phillips. He says everyone in the party will have to take responsibility for this loss. He also took responsibility as co-campaign manager for the People's National Party. And of course, one of the issues he raised, which the entire country know very well about, is the question of trust and the disunity that prevailed in the People's National Party for some time. As we saw, there was the leadership challenge, and after the leadership challenge, there was an attempt again, maybe a possible challenge that could have taken place, but Dr. Peter Phillips, I suppose, and the majority of opposition members in Parliament, they had a meeting at Michael Teachers College some time ago, and they were able to resolve that issue. But it was clear that the disunity had been a real issue in the People's National Party. They tried to appear to be on one accord in a number of instances, but I'm quite sure many people were looking on, believing that the People's National Party was still not united in the way that they were trying to indicate to the public.
Edmund, one of the issues, though, has to do with this. A lot of people were of the belief that had Peter Bunting won that contest back in September last year, the People's National Party would have had a better chance of snatching victory from the Jamaica Labour Party in the next general election. How do you look at that against the reality today that Bunting was not able to retain his seat in Manchester Central?
Well, you have just made a point. If, as a leader, or you're striving to become the leader of the People's National Party and you're unable to win your own seat, then it is clear to me that we would be having some similar problems right now, because even if he had won the leadership race, there's a possibility that he would not be able to sit in Gordon House, and therefore that would pose a significant problem.
Well, hold on that point, Edmund, because I want to get some more views from the other members on the panel on that same issue. Would the PNP be in a better position had it been Peter Bunting at the helm? But let me go first to Mr. Ramsey-Mouge. What do you make of that whole issue, Mr. Ramsey-Mouge? Would the PNP stand a better chance if there was... Yeah, fine.
Derek is easier. Right.
If Peter Bunting was at the helm?
There's a lot of speculation over the last couple of years with respect to the leadership of the PNP. But let's understand there's a difference between having speculative leadership and having pragmatic and practical leadership. Now, when you take over a political party, you're expected to manage all the different types of conflict, as well as to get the necessary resources, as well as to find candidates. Now, I do not believe at this point in time, whether you had a change of leadership, whether it may have brought you a different result. Because remember, all these gentlemen in the PNP and ladies were part of the manifesto, part of the campaign strategy. They adopted a position of a constituency by constituency campaign, as opposed to a national leadership campaign. And even there, we see candidates losing who were traditionally very strong candidates, not being able to convince their own people. So we must recognize that there are other factors at play, as to not only because you had a change of leader, it would mean you would win. There were other circumstances that people were concerned about.
Clive Monroe Jr., would the PNP have a better chance had it been at Peter Bunting at the helm?
It's speculative, but I honestly, I doubt it. I doubt it. And the reason why I doubt it is that I think many of the same problems would have existed. It's just the manifestation has come today. But the same problems existed about the fracturing within the party, about the fact that people couldn't agree on what the ideology was. And if you remember, I think it was last year or the year before, Norman Burke, saying that he didn't understand why it is that people had to swear to democratic socialism, because he thought that was an outdated and outmoded ideology, and why it is that the PNP's internal ideology couldn't be modernized, for want of a better word. So there are significant internal problems as to what is the direction. And until the PNP works that out, I suppose now they will have an opportunity to start from the embers and work that out. Until they work that out, they will, I suspect, have problems at the national level.
Dr. Thiem?
I don't know. I mean, I can't say whether Bunting would have been able to unify the People's National Party. And I don't know that the discord that existed in terms of, the idea of what the party is would have been resolved. And I think this vote is a vote for the Jamaica Labour Party.
Well, hold a bit. Let's go to Jovan Johnson, who is at the Jamaica Labour Party headquarters. The Prime Minister, Andrew Holness, is expected to speak in a matter of moments. But this is the shot we're having coming from the Jamaica Labour Party headquarters, where the party is now playing the national anthem of Jamaica. We expect to hear from Prime Minister Andrew Holness in a short while. Prime Minister Andrew Holness is also the leader of the Jamaica Labour Party. And as we await the start there, Christina, you had a point you wanted to make earlier on before the discussion in relation to concessions.
But we have a strong leader. Incumbent Prime Minister. So I think it's already no.
Yes. Yes. Very well. So we're now standing by to join Jovan Johnson, who is at the Jamaica Labour Party headquarters, where Andrew Holness is standing by to make his victory speech. We have not yet seen Dr. Peter Phillips. The expectation is that we'll not see him tonight, but of course, as Edmond was saying earlier on, the People's National Party's campaign co-director, Philip Powell, has said, Edmond, that everybody has to take some responsibility.
Yes, indeed. And he went on further to indicate that, and it's clear to everyone that the party needs rebuilding and everyone will have to participate in that process. In fact, he went further to point out that the talent is there to start the rebuilding of the party. So as the PNP lick its wounds tonight, surely there is a lot of work to be done. And as you were saying earlier, they will have to be deciding who is going to be the opposition leader. Because at this time, we have a GenSec, we have a chairman, and we have Lisa Hanna, who could possibly be one of those persons who could lead the party.
Yes. The question the panel was asking earlier, though, is given the margin of victory, what would perhaps a shadow cabinet of the People's National Party look like? What possibly could this shadow cabinet
I was thinking about it, and I was saying it's going to be very challenging for the People's National Party, because as you know, when you look at the balance of power in Parliament that we're looking at right now, they're going to be seriously overworked in terms of the persons who are members of Parliament. You have several committees of Parliament that are chaired by the opposition party. And when you look at the number of persons that will be going to Garden House on the opposition side, it is clear that they'll have to be doubling up to chair many committees, committees like the Public Accounts Committee, the Public Administration and Appropriations Committee. They will also clearly have to be doubling up in terms of portfolio responsibilities. So whereas you would have one member of Parliament maybe concentrating on a single portfolio, what you will have now is that it would be, it is clear that they will have to be doubling up and maybe covering 3 or more portfolios at the same time.
Yes. All right, so we're standing by to join the Jamaica Labour Party headquarters. We're going to take a very quick break and return here on Jamaica Votes, the Jamaica general elections. We're broadcasting from the Gleaners North Street offices in Kingston, Jamaica.
Government releases, health and other features, classifieds, postponed events, plus more. Get the Gleaner and the Star at your nearest supermarket, gas station, or pharmacy, or by home delivery or e-paper subscription today. The Gleaner, where life unfolds. The Star, the people paper.
Home internet from Flow can do so much more for you. It helps you stay closer to your family wherever they are. Start a business of your own from home. High-speed online gaming, Flow Fiber is perfect for it. You can even learn something new, and you can enjoy it all with a Flow Internet and Home Phone combo plan for a special 3-month introductory price of only $3,499 plus GCT per month. We are Jamaica's largest network. Offer ends September 30, 2020. Conditions apply.
Sorrow, fear, success, joy. We grow and we change. The Gleaner, where life unfolds.
Not all multi-link debit card transactions are made equal. Some are amusing, others are fun. Some happen in the middle of the night, many happen on the run. Some are for necessities and some are just a treat. A few are unexpected and some are planned for weeks. But all of them are important, all of them unique. So Multilink empowers you with secure 24/7 all-island access to your money so you can complete the most important transaction of all, yours.
Not getting what you want from your current provider? No unlimited talk and text to any network? Unlimited YouTube? Get unlimited local anywhere talk, all the social and YouTube you want, plus data. Here's your new SIM, your same number. Just dial *129 *6 sign to get your 5-day plan.
You were looking at me, I was looking at you. We didn't say much, but well, both
Call
of
me.
us knew.
JN MoneyCard send from abroad. JN MoneyCard. Send the money. Mo want withdraw in a hurry. JN MoneyCard free. With your TRN and your ID. And when me no walk with cash, me just swipe like that. From abroad to card. Get the JN MoneyCard. It's safe, convenient, and free. JN MoneyCard. Stay safe and collect funds on the JN MoneyCard.
Download the new Scotia app with a faster low-time bank wherever, whenever. Be in control and transfer funds or pay bills quicker with just a few taps and a swipe. Plus, we're serious about security. Want real-time notifications for all your transactions? Check. Log in with fingerprint? Check. Turn your credit card on and off? Triple check. Protected. Your money is safe and secure. Bank wherever, whenever with the new Scotia app.
Stay connected. Get the Gleaner and the Star at your nearest supermarket, gas station, or pharmacy. Or subscribe for your home delivery or e-paper subscription today. The Gleaner and the Star have you covered with details of the impact and plans for the COVID-19 pandemic, government releases, health and other features, classifieds, postponed events, plus more. Get the Gleaner and the Star at your nearest supermarket, gas station, or pharmacy. Or by home delivery or e-paper subscription today. The Gleaner, where life unfolds. The Star, the people paper.
When the Jamaica Labour Party has secured a massive victory in the 2020 general election. This is Jamaica Votes 2020, coming to you from the editorial department of the Gleaner in Kingston, Jamaica. We've been combing through the results so far. Darian Luton has an interesting perspective, and then we'll go to the Jamaica Labour Party headquarters to hear the Prime Minister, Andrew Holness. Darian, what have you found?
I'm looking at the female candidates. 19 were put forward by the Jamaica Labour Party. I am counting 13 thus far elected. That 13 would be a record in the parliament for women. Add to that Lisa Hanna, who from the PNP got there. And is there another one?
Denise Daly.
And Natalie Montaigne.
Natalie has been declared.
Yes.
So that's
and Angela Brown-Burke.
So that's 17. That's about 17. That's a record in terms of women in the parliament. So strides there.
Very well.
Hopefully it also translates to...
Yes, Doc?
Hopefully it also translates to ministerial positions or, positions of importance.
Except, though, that we have maybe about 7 or 5 of them who would be first-timers.
First-timer shouldn't matter. I mean, competence, now you look at the skill set that's before you. I think Andrew Holness's challenge now would be to determine who do I reward with a cabinet position? Do I bring back an Andrew Wheatley, or do I go for one of the younger persons who have come in, upset that apple cart as it may, and have gotten to the parliament? So he'll have an interesting next few hours, few days to put together a cabinet. So I think that's the biggest issue there for him. Nothing else. He has lots of people. I think they have to make space on that side of God knows that's reserved for the governing party. Maybe now we'll see why he was pushing forward for the new parliament. More space would have been there.
Well, Dr. Thame, let me come back to you, because the composition of the cabinet is one thing. The inclusion of women is going to be another thing. The size of the cabinet is going to be another thing, because it does represent a lot for the people looking on how large your cabinet is. What are you looking at this time round with Andrew Holness having such a decisive victory?
Well, I think it's bad for democracy.
Bad for democracy?
Yes. I think that in Parliament, in a system like ours, it's better to have more of a balance of the parties, the representation from parties. Because it means when you have this kind of landslide, that a significant portion of the population is simply not represented in Parliament. And that if we are interested in representativeness, a landslide victory just doesn't augur well for democracy.
Clive?
I agree, but I also think it creates a certain burden on the persons who have been reposed with that kind of faith and that kind of power. Because if you don't execute, people turn on you just as quickly as they choose you to be their leaders. So the execution over this next period, however long it may be, up to a maximum of 5 years, will be very important as well.
Well, let's hear from Babsy Grange. She is at the Jamaica Labour Party headquarters, and she is addressing the audience just now. It will be a very restricted audience, and most of this is being carried on live stream from the Jamaica Labour Party headquarters.
Thank you. And now we will be joined by means of technology by our General Secretary out of St. James, Dr. Horace Chang, at this time to make his contribution.
Thank you, our Deputy Leader and Bench Chairman, and Party Leader, Andrew Michael Holness, the officers of the Jamaica Labour Party, members of the campaign team, to our successful candidates and to all our candidates out there, to the army of supporters who made this victory possible, the army of party workers, PD captains, supervisors, volunteers, and many others who has given the Jamaica Labour Party this massive victory. To the all Jamaicans who have witnessed and seen the future of our country embodied in our leader, who have outlined the kind of future that we should have. I want to thank them for the support that they have given to us and for the victory they have given to the Jamaica Labour Party. We are humbled by the support because with it comes a massive responsibility at this point in time. But I have confidence that our party leader, in whom we have seen the kind of characteristics that you need to lead us in these troubled times, will be able to take us out of this stronger as we move forward. I really want to commend all our candidates that worked hard, but I want to make special mention of the army of young candidates, new candidates that were recruited on the direction of this party leader. While they were all successful, and others, in fact, came in successfully, but I think they presented a new vision of the kind of party we want for the future. Some 18-year women, I think, sent a message to the country that this leadership was looking for new ways of doing things, new ideas, and to incorporate and include all Jamaicans in what we propose to do and to build this country and really bring us into prosperity. The times are challenging, and I know that this party leader will begin work as early as tomorrow morning. Although we move to give thanks to say thanks to all those who support us, and we'll encourage all our candidates to get out there and thank their constituents, thank you for the support, all the volunteers. They gave time, others gave material support, but the work begins as early as tomorrow. We have a challenging road ahead of us. But I said, I think the people of this country have seen in this party leader someone who has a vision of what Jamaica should be in this new age, the fourth industrial revolution. And he has acquired around himself some younger team members who understand and appreciate the nature of this fourth industrial revolution and have the capacity, the commitment, and the willingness to lead Jamaica into this and to offer all Jamaicans equity in the new Jamaica, offer them opportunity and to bring true prosperity. Again, may I thank all my colleagues who worked with me in the Secretariat, who worked with the leadership of the party to ensure we had a victory, even these difficult times. To the army of volunteers again, and to all who supported us, a heartfelt thank you. God bless you all. We look forward to taking on the job of really making this country safe, secure, and prosperous under the leadership of Andrew McAvoy as Prime Minister. Thank you, Jamaica.
And thank you too, Dr. Horace Chang, General Secretary of this great Jamaica Labour Party. Let's welcome now the Member of Parliament-elect and Minister of Finance of the constituency of Northwest St. Andrew, Dr. Nigel Clark.
Leader of the Jamaica Labour Party, the Most Honourable Andrew Holness, Deputy Leader, Campaign Chair, Campaign Spokespersons, and Chairman of the PR Committee, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. The people of Jamaica have spoken today, and they have spoken emphatically. By any measure, this is a historic election and a historic election result. The Jamaican people turned out in your thousands, in your tens of thousands, in your hundreds of thousands, abiding by the health protocols, braving the afternoon rain, and have made their decisions clear. We campaigned on our record of achievements, many of them unprecedented, and the people of Jamaica have responded by giving us an increased majority. We are indeed humbled by that, and the Jamaican people can be assured that we will use this increased majority under the leadership of Prime Minister Andrew Holness to continue to deliver policy successes that improve the welfare of the Jamaican people. As we said in the campaign, this election takes place in the context of the greatest crisis that Jamaica has faced. The Jamaican people can be assured that under Prime Minister Andrew Holness's leadership, we will continue to protect lives and to protect livelihoods. And we will use the majority that you have given us to work together to lead Jamaica to a quick and speedy recovery. Now, this will require unity. Today, we went to the polls and participated as JLP and PNP. Tomorrow, it's very important that we wake up as all Jamaicans. And there's no better person to lead Jamaica in the unified way that is going to be required for us to recover from this pandemic than the leader of the Jamaica Labour Party, Prime Minister Andrew Holness. With that, in all humility, we thank the Jamaican people and we commit to working together with you so that Jamaica can recover strongly from this pandemic. Thank you.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the last time this great Jamaica Labour Party won consecutive general elections in this country was between 1962 to 1972. This party is an institution of greatness. Our leader and founder, Sir Alexander Bustamante, built this party from the bowels of the working class people of Jamaica. This party have grown, and have grown to the extent that every time the country needs a government to respond to crisis, the Jamaican people turn to the Jamaica Labour Party. It is my distinct pleasure this evening to bring now to address the country on the evening of this massive endorsement of his leadership of Jamaica, the Member of Parliament for the constituency of West Central St. Andrew, leader of the great Jamaica Labour Party, and Prime Minister-elect, the Most Honorable Andrew Michael Holness.
Thank you everyone, thank you. Thank you, Desmond. Good evening, Jamaica. First, let me say thanks to the Almighty for sparing us and for guarding us with his mighty hand. We went into an election with the backdrop of a pandemic. And you will notice that I'm speaking to you while still wearing my mask as a symbol that we are still under serious threat of the pandemic. By and large, I think most Jamaicans tried to abide by the protocols. I want to give the assurance to Jamaicans tonight that your government will continue its effective management of the COVID pandemic to keep you safe and to protect your livelihoods. No doubt we are entering into a new phase of the pandemic, an inevitable phase of the pandemic, and that will require a new strategy of management. But whatever we do, you can rest assured that we will keep you safe, we will keep our frontline workers safe, we will make the necessary allocations in our budget so that you can be cushioned and cope with the economic fallout that accompanies the pandemic. Tonight, the victor is the people of Jamaica. You came out in your hundreds of thousands and you participated in the solemn process of democracy. You voted. You expressed yourself through the ballot. There is indeed cause for celebration, but there is also, I would believe, significant cause for consideration. There are many Jamaicans who did not participate. There are many Jamaicans who, for fear of the virus, decided not to come to the polls. But there are also many Jamaicans who, for other reasons, apathy, frustration with the process, decided not to participate. So even though we have this overwhelming majority and the people have given us the mandate that we require, we are still considerate of those Jamaicans who still look on with some suspicion, some concern, some apathy on the political process. So we are very cautious in our approach to receiving this overwhelming majority. It must never be that the government that emerges from this victory takes on any characteristics of arrogance, of inhumility. It must never be that the government that emerges from this victory takes the people for granted in any way. As I stand here tonight, I am obviously happy to have won, but I want to assure all of you that I do carry this burden with great consideration of the expectations of not just those who elected us, but those who are looking on us for future decision as to whether or not they will participate in the process. And I want to say to those persons who didn't participate this time that we, as a new government with a mandate that is indisputable, that we will conduct ourselves in a way that will make you proud as well and make you want to participate the next time around. I raise this in my acceptance, and I don't call this a victory speech, because with such a large mandate, it brings a whole new dynamic as to how we manage government. In our last government, the narrative of corruption dogged us, and it is not something that we can hide away from. And I want to be clear, because there are many persons who will now be assuming state authority, who may not have the understanding as to how that authority should be used. They will know clearly that this government does not stand for corruption. We have, as a country, managed to come to consensus on fiscal matters, on monetary policy. There is an evolving consensus on crime and violence, national security. We have a consensus developing around growth policy. But there must now be a clear consensus, strong position on anti-corruption. The mandate is also a victory for conscientious and thoughtful policy. We saw manifestos being presented that were poles apart in terms of their content and structure. The manifesto that won is a manifesto that was realistic, the manifesto that was doable. And what it says to me is that the Jamaican politics, the Jamaican people are maturing in their outlook. They understand that populist policies can have a destructive impact on the national good. So, in that regard, Jamaica has won. We have had a very, by and large, a peaceful election, an election that can be emulated by other countries, and we must all cherish our democracy. I want to acknowledge the PNP and Dr. Peter Phillips. Tonight, I received a call from Dr. Phillips conceding and congratulating. And I thought that was very sportsmanlike and very dignified, and really reflects well on our politics. And I too obviously commended him on putting up a good fight. As I said today in an interview, politics can be like gladiator sport, but after it is finished, we must all try to be good sportsmen and sportswomen. And for good reason. The task ahead of us is not just for the Jamaica Labour Party. The task ahead of us is for all of us, including the PNP. And so tonight I also appeal to PNP supporters. Do not feel dejected. Join us in celebrating Jamaica's victory. You will have a very important role to play in Jamaica's stronger recovery. And I am clear that there should not be any victimization, any retribution, any malice in how we move forward as a government. We must embrace everyone. We need everyone on board for Jamaica to recover stronger. As I close, I want to thank my family, my wife Juliet, who is still in our constituency. I brought my younger son with me for him to get some insights into politics. I want to thank the campaign team. You would have heard from Babsy and from Desmond and Nigel. But I want to have a special commendation for Kamina. I want to thank the officers of the party, chairman, deputy chairman, and our very hard-working general secretary and his deputy general secretaries, and all who worked and participated. I put a word of prayer out for our deputy campaign chairman, Rudyard Spencer, who is in hospital at this moment. And I want to welcome our newly elected candidates. And for those who were not successful at the polls, to say that your effort contributed to the victory, and you are a part of the winning team. There were some unfortunate events today, which one of them I will acknowledge is the sudden death of a voter at the polls. I extend my sympathies to her family. But as I close, I give the assurance that with this large margin, this solid mandate, that we will be responsible. We will be responsible with the power that you have given to us. We will continue our good policies. We will keep Jamaica on the path to prosperity. We will usher in an era of stability on which we will grow. We will usher in an era where Jamaica can fulfill its true destiny. May God bless you.
That is Prime Minister Andrew Holness delivering what he says will not be a victory speech, but sounding quite somber in that speech he's making from the Jamaica Labour Party headquarters. Let's break it down. Darian Luton, what are the points you've taken away from what the Prime Minister has said?
I think the most important point is the need for everyone to be on board for Jamaica to recover stronger. Now more than ever, you're talking about a pandemic. You need to get your way out of it. You need to mobilize not just resources, but you also need to have all bodies, all hands on deck for you to come out of this. So the fact that he has not come out and to say, yes, beating him chest, yes, I have done it. The PNP has been wiped out under my leadership. But rather to say, guys, you fought well. My team, we did well in the end and we prevailed. Now it's on to build Jamaica. The fact that he took that that stance is for me the major positive out of this step.
Dr. Thames, what was your takeaway?
I think it's important that he spoke to the corruption issue, and I'm hoping that that will show in the cabinet, and that they take the responsibility of the landslide as such, because essentially they will be governing in the absence of opposition.
In fact, it causes the burden of the win. Clive Monroe Jr.?
The magnanimous tone was good, but what got me, I'm looking to see how well he keeps up with these assurances this go around. Similar assurances were made in his inauguration speech on the last occasion.
Except though, Clive, if I may interrupt, in that speech the Prime Minister made, he never once called the word corruption. Everything else was called, but not the word corruption. Certainly not in his recorded speech.
Fair, but its cousin was called before. Its cousin was called accountability.
And he said there is no room for error. Well, he spoke about it tonight, but let me not interrupt you.
No, so I'm not disagreeing with you about the nomenclature. You know, I'm simply saying there are some things that have been said, but now the stakes are higher because in the absence of true opposition, you know, it's like you're saying both. You're running against yourself. So in those circumstances, people are watching.
Well, let's say opposition in Parliament, because you can oppose outside of Parliament as well, and the PNP will have to find its way there.
I remember the PNP came back from 60 seats down in 1983.
Yes.
Yes, so the fact that they'll have at least 14 members of
but
Parliament.
essentially 14, 49 to 14. Christina Williams, what was your main takeaway?
My main takeaway is not necessarily what he said, but what he did not say, in the sense of there are literally people's lives at risk at the moment, and I think for myself as an advocate and other young persons looking on, we want his assurances to come to fruition. And I love the fact that his tone was sober, and we were saying it in the WhatsApp group while I was listening in. Everybody was saying, this sounds like what we need going forward, that composure and that kind of stillness to read the room and understand that it's not about the hype now that we want, but more so the substance. And what we want to see is that coming out, not just in a speech, but in the policies and programming coming after this.
We'll talk a little bit more about Holness's delivery in a short while, because certainly I've been seeing a difference. So it was from very boring at the point at which he would have assumed power, and then to a point where he clearly was seeking to compensate for that boredom that he drove. He became almost overly excited in how he was speaking, to the point where it became monotonous, the tone with which he was speaking, and we're seeing him getting back to that point again. But is it going to be a balance in respect of the mood and what's necessary for effective communication, given the times? But let's go to Derek, who is on Zoom and would like to take Dr. McAlpin in a short while too. What do you make, what are your taking points or talking points coming from what the Prime Minister has said? Sorry, you may need to unmute your microphone. Yes, so that we can hear you. Trying there to...
Right, good, got
You're
it,
good
thank
now?
you. Yes, I am, thank you. First of all, let's all congratulate the Jamaican population for having a fair election and a peaceful election in a trying time. But now that we've heard what the Prime Minister is saying, we must now begin to ensure that with his special majority, the legislative agenda must be always be done in the interest of the population. We have economic challenges, we have health challenges. The Prime Minister would probably wake up tomorrow in a very surreal world, recognizing the 49-seat majority that he has, and will have some challenges in trying to please everyone and spread the resources, but also to take along all Jamaicans with him as he attempts to fix the economy and improve their life. I believe we will see a different type of political leader, whereas before he had a 1-seat or a 2-seat majority. Now he has a working majority, and one would expect that he will bring about the constitutional reform and transformation that is required to make Jamaica's governance and transparency a lot better.
Dr. McAlpin, what did you make of the Prime Minister's comments as he spoke at JLP HQ?
It was sedate, it was tempered, it was deliberate. But, you know, I don't necessarily share some of the concerns that some of the panelists have been articulating, primarily because Barbados just had a landslide in 2018. And certainly I'm sure that Mia Mottley, that we have applauded elsewhere, many Jamaicans, is not running a dictatorship. I think our political memory is also somewhat short. The PNP did this twice, in 1993 and 1997, and the JLP still had to function. So this kind of notion that somehow because of the numbers, democracy is besmirched, I don't agree. Certainly, the JLP has a 2/3 overwhelming majority, more than a 2/3 majority, but I don't think that the opposition needs to recoil. And I don't buy the argument that somehow democracy needs this kind of parity where the seat count is as close as possible. It's the quality of political leadership that will emerge on the PNP side. And I am looking at Andrew Holness and I'm saying, ensure that whatever you have articulated, that you are willing to abide by. I'm fine with the kind of pious pontificating and ensuring that I appear humble, but I want to see, like several panelists talk about, the question of governance, the question of corruption, the question of management of the economy, as Mr. Samud said earlier, the reality of articulating all this kind of thing, the economic plan, macroeconomic stability, all these grandiose things that they had in the manifesto. I'm waiting to see how those will be a part of the recovery. 70,000 houses, we won't forget it, the 10,000 reserve for 18 to 35. I want to see some of these things manifested and how you're going to find the money, because you decried the PNP for making up tales about the funding available. I want to hear about that. So for me, I think that's important, but I also want us to not oversell the decline in opposition.
In fact, he did indicate that the JLP's manifesto is one that is doable and not one that is based on populist promises. And the fact that the PNP's manifesto seems to have been one which would be impacting the budget negatively.
Well, Damien, if I may, when I looked across the two of them, not just in the sheer size difference, I think the PNP wanted a more what we are going to do manifesto, and the JLP, because of the advantage of being the incumbent, had a different type of manifesto, right? And so I think in many ways, when we talk about the doability of the JLP manifesto, well, their declaration, I think there are also some aspects of folklore in it in terms of what is possible. It's almost as if every problem that we have, we find a way, or we can find a way. I'm not convinced, looking at the manifesto from cover to cover. I think a lot of it is grandiose. I think the things that are doable are the ones that focus on macroeconomic stability. But like Dr. Thame and others have articulated, how does that talk about the question of poverty? How does that talk about glaring income inequality that will be exacerbated because of COVID? How do you talk about getting people not just to BPOs, but to jobs that are sustainable and livable? How do we talk about making minimum wage livable wage? That's the argument, and those are some of the contentions I would like address. And that's not in the manifesto. We want to talk about stability, but we need living wages.
I'm sure that over the course of the next few days and weeks, those issues will be central in the discussions that will emanate. But let's move now to the issue of corruption that the Prime Minister, Clive Munro Jr. said had dogged his administration. He used that word, dogged the administration, and he also said that this government will not stand for corruption. What difference will you be holding Andrew Holness to this time round?
The difference, I suppose, he had said on numerous occasions that or at the very least alluded to it, that the principal problem was that the space at central government was tight. That is to say, couldn't really afford to lose an MP here or there. My words, on a point of principle, because that would topple the government. There is no such concern now, because when you are looking at one seat majority and that one seat could trigger a general election, now you're looking at 70% of the MPs being green. So that means what happens to an MP when he or she has committed an act of malfeasance, misfeasance, corruption? What is it that is going to happen from there? To my mind, there's nothing now stopping the demonstration that the Jamaican people want to see of full accountability, to see these things properly dealt with. And so to my mind, there is no more room to escape that. And that is what I'm looking at.
Well, to the question of corruption, I think what we need to look at is who he appoints to the cabinet, and whether those who had been, their reputations had been marred, if they are returned, and what kinds of positions
they're in.
So,
for example, Ruel Reid.
Or Dr. Wheatley.
Dr. Andrew Wheatley.
So
there was also the question of Daryl Vaz.
Right. So, but I want to return to the idea of democracy here. I mean, we are talking about a popular vote of 406, 408 to 304, 750, right? It doesn't match the seat count. So the representative issue comes up. And we are also talking about low voter turnout. So what exactly does this win mean for the quality of our democracy? I think it's deeper than just a question of, whether you have, and when I suggested balance in Parliament, I wasn't saying it was supposed to be 50-50, but that it should be representative. And that speaks to issues of the institutions of government that exist in the parliamentary model and how it's inherently problematic.
Then, Christina Williams, there was another very interesting statement the Prime Minister made. He said the PNP should not be dejected, but instead should join the Jamaica Labour Party to celebrate Jamaica's victory. What did you make of that?
An expected statement. As he spoke about sportsmanship, he wanted to appear accepting, and so that was expected, especially because he's playing the sober note. So that statement is not really surprising. What I'd want to see, and I'll jump from Dr. Thame's point, is to really see that being exhibited in the terms of representation. So it shouldn't be a case where next general election we're hearing that because we had a PNP MP while we didn't get roads and we didn't get water. We should see that if he's really about having both of them work together for the betterment of Jamaica, all citizens, regardless of how they voted, should be impacted in a positive way.
And let's just pick up back on another point that Dr. Thame made, because he did say it's not a cause for celebration. It really is a cause for consideration. And as we go through this, Dr. Thame, Dr. McAlpin has cited some of them. What are some of the other things you are expecting the Jamaican population to be considering in the aftermath of this JLP win?
Well, I mean, the Jamaican population is obviously considering COVID and the rising numbers, right? That is pressing at this time. And in addition to that, what that will mean economically? We have a dollar that's sliding. We can't rest at ease that things are going to look prosperous in the next six months even. And I think the question of how we fare through this and how the economy is restructured, not just how you maintain levels of growth, but how the economy is restructured to ensure that tourism workers, for example, who are displaced in COVID, are now protected within the state. And one of the things that it says to us is we should question the very heart of the way that the economy is structured. Should we be thinking about tourism into the future, for example?
Yeah. Then there was another point, Darian Newton, I want to pick you up on. He essentially said that the Jamaica Labour Party will be carrying a burden. A burden is the word he used with government, and balancing that against the expectation with those who voted and those who did not vote. Clearly, the Prime Minister is recognizing that there is a significant number of persons who are turned off the process. What must he do now to get them interested again in voting?
You know, it is not the first time that he has raised this issue about voter turnout, the level of engagement that general citizenry has had in relation to voting. I am not so certain whether he can perhaps flip a switch and get Jamaicans interested in voting again. Part of the thing is that people want to see government do what government's supposed to do. Yes? So is it that the pressing issue of our time, for example, in a constituency would be roads and water? Is government doing that? Are they handling the fiscal space well? What is it in terms of my member of parliament? Do I see him every 5 years or so on? People become interested based on the level of representation that is given. And a lot of this now comes to the way the government chooses to prioritize its resources. It comes down to now the budget to be crafted. What sort of budget? Because both parties have said, hey, we have to relax the fiscal rules to take into consideration COVID. What will that look like? Or would it be that when they get there, it becomes a case of, hold on, let us wait and see if we can relax in such a way so as not to cause damage to the to the structure that was laid during the fiscal adjustment period that we went through. So a lot of that, the expectation, balancing what is it that people wanted to get originally, what they said that you would do, and then the realities of operating within a COVID environment, a COVID economic environment, that will go far away in determining the sort of leadership and the sort of engagement that comes at the back end later on.
Well, I definitely want to get another comment from what the Prime Minister has said, but just to go back to the results, Westmoreland Central is now clearly all green. Dr. Wickham McNeil has lost his seat also, so all three constituencies in Westmoreland are gone to the Jamaica Labour Party. 121 boxes counted of 121 in Westmoreland Western. Moreland Wilson of the JLP, 6,116, to Dr. Wickham McNeil of the PNP, 5,069. Over in Westmoreland Eastern, we did say earlier on that Daniel Lawrence, with 4,831, had beaten Luther Buchanan, 4,823. And Westmoreland Central, Dwayne Vaz lost that seat, 7,200 to the 8,428, polled by George Wright of the JLP. And in Manchester Central, you were in Manchester, beg your pardon, you were highlighting those results to Darian, that the People's National Party would now have only one of the seats in the parish.
Yes. In fact, I was looking at the numbers in terms of traditionally strong PNP seats that after final count may go to a magisterial recount. Because Luther Buchanan lost by 8, Lisa Hanna prevailed by 14, Hugh Graham in the Bobby Pickersgill seat, he has gotten home by 22. Yeah? So some very, Philip Enriquez, perhaps, and when I look back at the number, it seems to be the closest jail, well, another close seat there, 115. Yes? But at the very least, these very strong PNP seats, Northwest St. Catherine, the Bobby Pickersgill seat, 22, Hugh Graham prevailing by. Lisa Hanna, She ran a national campaign, and she is always seen in her constituency. At least if we look at the social media feed that we normally get. 14. Luther Buchanan of the surprise is in Westmoreland. 8.
And Philip Henriquez, in fact, secured 6,124 to Richard Azan 6,009. That's pretty close, but a win is a win. Yes. Well, there's an interesting thing the Prime Minister said, and I really want to hear the views of the panelists on this, and that is that he brought his younger son on the campaign trail. What do you read into that, Clive Monroe Jr.?
You mean as somebody who has been brought into his father's profession? I suppose you want to teach. I have 2 young sons. You want to teach them the things that Daddy does, right? So maybe some of that. Perhaps you want to see if they have some interest in it. But from a father perspective, I'm sure it was a teaching moment. It was important. I'm sure, like all fathers, that is why you work so hard. But who knows? There are a lot of. It's interesting that one of the features of politics in Jamaica, again, is this kind of dynastic movement of seats. Family members coming into politics, husband and wives, sometimes even in contiguous seats. It's becoming a real feature, and I'm not sure if it's a good or a bad thing that, you know, politics is becoming a bit of a family business. I don't know if that is good from a representational standpoint. I suspect at some point in the future that is going to become problematic. I suspect, but for the time being, it's the flavor of the day, and the electorate seems to not have a significant challenge with it.
Yes. So all in all, very encouraged by the tone of the Prime Minister as he gave his speech at the JLP HQ. We must move on, though, to what the new look cabinet of the government will be like, and the new look Council of Opposition spokespersons. With just about 14 seats, the People's National Party have won. The Jamaica Labour Party is expected to take 49 seats. They're leading in 3 now, and they are way ahead, expected to take those 3 seats to push it to 49-14. Dr. McAlpin, I want to come to you first. Who should be in, who should be out of the new JLP cabinet?
Well, given the margin of victory, like Dr. Thame, I think some persons should first be excluded. I think it will send the wrong message after the quantification about corruption or against corruption that Dr. Wheatley is in the cabinet. I personally don't think that he should be a part of the cabinet. I certainly think in terms of newcomers, he needs to ensure that several of those new MPs are in the cabinet. I certainly think that Christopher Tufton will remain. I honestly think that we may have a couple by-elections, because I can't imagine that Mike Henry and Carl Samuda would see out their terms. I think Alanda Terlong could become Minister of Education. I'm thinking in terms of investment, certainly finance, I think remains the same. I'm thinking also of culture remaining the same, but I think they need some of the fresh faces and the fresh perspectives of the new arrivals to Parliament, and I think several of those are women. I also think that investment is a critical dimension, and I also don't want to see so many of them domiciled at Jamaica House in terms of all these ministries without portfolio, which are really ministries in and of themselves without being fully functional ministries. So I expect that the cabinet should also be leaner. I'm thinking about 15, no more than 15 ministries. I think anything more than that becomes top heavy, and I think inefficient and ineffective government.
Darian, let me put the question to you. Who do you see in the new look cabinet of Andrew Holness?
Well, I see out with Dr. McAlpin in terms of some of the people heading out, including J.C. Ochense. I don't think he spoke about him. Audley Shaw hasn't been well. Yes, Audley Shaw hasn't been well. Well, he was ill for a while. He doesn't look himself, so I wouldn't be surprised if he's omitted this time around.
And who would you give the ministry Shaw now has?
I think Floyd Green will be promoted. Yes, the promoter Floyd Green there. They need to, I believe, narrow, make it smaller, so no more than 15. you need to find a speaker. So maybe I'm wondering where is it that who will take over from Pernod as a speaker. Yes, you have had a deputy speaker in Frankfurter for a while coming up, but just looking in the parliamentary setup, then move into the cabinet. I think he will know the skill set of his people well. Just looking on from those persons who have competed in the election, we have seen them politically, but we don't necessarily have an appreciation of the skill sets and how well they may function with various ministries if given such burden.
So you're not calling the speaker's name?
I don't know. You know, Marissa. Yeah, that's where I was going. But so you remember Dalrymple? I don't know if Dalrymple has an interest in it. She served then, and then she was a part of the team that was not on the Andrew side when they challenged, and so she appears to be on the outside. But she could be a very good speaker. It could be also that Carlos Amuda, you mentioned in terms of using one of the veterans, Carlos Amuda or even Mike Henry could manage the speaker's chair.
Yes, Mike Henry. Well. Dr. Thame, who would you like to see in the new cabinet?
Well, I think Gillette Holness has probably earned a place dealing with women's
The
issues.
wife of the Prime Minister.
Sorry, not Gillette Holness. I'm
Cuthbert.
looking at the wrong image. I meant Cuthbert.
Yes.
Right. I really kind of have to have the images before me to know. And right now, my mind is kind of going blank, so I don't want to make any statements. I just think that more women, yes, and the candidates who did well and have been active in Parliament in the period in which he has already been in an administration should be rewarded. I don't know that we should go the path of Carl Samuda, Mike Henry, etc. I think we should be phasing out those candidates in terms of leadership and bringing younger people into the mix.
Okay, very well. Well, Mike Henry did say that he had things to be completed in Clarendon. He's been a member of Parliament for what? The better part of 40 years?
40 years, yes.
He did say he has things to complete in Clarendon. I would imagine this would be his final term, but who knows? Clive Monroe Jr., who would you like to see in the cabinet?
I imagine most of where there were vacancies or people going out, it seems that there was a process of grooming persons. So you'd imagine, for example, perhaps somebody like Xavier Main would probably take over from Shiny Robinson in Labour and Social Security, seeing that he was a junior minister. For me, more than even who it is, because you have to look at the team and the skill sets and match, I really would prefer for the government to revert to the traditional style of operating the ministries. The super ministries together are just as bad as having, to me, as having many, many ministries. Because after a while, they become too complex, too conflated. And the truth is that, especially with the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation, many of the ministries that operated under it only changed in name. They operated from wherever they were at disparate places around the corporate area around the country. So I really would prefer for it to become more linear. Even the Disaster Risk Management Act, which has become so in vogue for the purposes of COVID, if you read through the regulations and the schedules, it speaks to the councils having different persons. So you have the Prime Minister, then a minister, then so on and so forth. But when all of it is concentrated into one person or one body, it distorts the impact of
So
the
I'm
law.
hearing you say cut down what exists at Jamaica House.
Yes.
You'd have fewer persons there in ministries without portfolio.
Yes.
But can I have some names as to who you'd like to see? Floyd Green is one.
Floyd Green in industry would be one. Probably Xavier Main in social security.
National security?
National security. Now that is going to be very interesting. They seem to want to be pushing the younger Samuda as the junior minister.
Well, he's a full minister now, as minister without portfolio.
Yes.
In that ministry.
I don't know if that is a task. I don't know if that's a task for somebody with limited political experience. I wouldn't say that.
So you think Dr. Chang will continue to?
Certainly for as long as he remains an MP, because that also is something that you have to look into. That some of these, not just on the PNP side, but on the JLP side, will be looking to retire at some point and transition persons as their replacements into these seats. So Certainly in the short term, those things are possible, but we don't really know. But what I gather is that, or what I see, is that there is usually somebody in the seat being groomed behind the person who is going out, so that that person can then be promoted after a period of time.
Yes. So, Christina, I'm going to flip the script a bit. I'm going to ask you, who would you like to see in this opposition spokesperson, shadow cabinet or council of spokesperson? Well.
Well, I guess, of course, after the recount, if Lisa remains,
she probably might have been saved by the JLP with that Ryan Simpson issue down in St. and Southeastern. There was this whole issue in respect of Dr. Ryan Simpson, who went overseas, came back here, and did not follow the quarantine guidelines issued by the government, and as a consequence, he was pulled out at the last minute. So with just about, it was 2 weeks, 2 weeks before nomination day, or could have been less than that, a new candidate was inserted who has come within 14 votes.
Which speaks to the disparity there. But yes, so I think after the recount, if she's still there, should be one person. I'm struggling, to be honest.
Peter Phillips may be there, but not for long.
Right, based on his own concession earlier in the day. I think almost they don't have much. I mean, everybody there would really have to go back when you think about it.
Except that we can go outside.
Yes, you can go outside.
You can go outside, right. But I'm thinking that because they have won, it would almost be a slap in their faces to not give them shadow cabinet, because you have won when everybody else lost. So I think they have to allow those 14.
It depends on who the leader of the opposition is as well.
Yes.
Well,
because
will Mark Golding have to take it?
Well, Mark Golding in terms of the leader of the opposition?
Yes.
There's also Julian Robinson.
There's Julian there.
So you think they're going to appoint and not have a leadership?
But I don't know. I mean, Peter might reconsider the resignation at this time, the retirement.
You say Peter Phillips make reconsider.
Yes, because I think that, I mean, it is possible that a transition is needed, right? And that I think the party has to reconsider itself. And I guess the question of who will lead that process, I think Julian Robinson is well placed. He has, I think, respect across political parties, but not that that matters to the way that the PNP thinks of itself. But I think it may make sense for Peter to wait a bit.
So like December?
Well, I'm not putting a time on it in that kind of way, but even to say how we decide what the next leader, who the next leader is going to be.
I remember that there's a local government elections due, which are normally called not long after the general.
Yes. Right.
So I don't know if Peter Phillips would want to do like Portia Simpson and say, I don't want to subject the new leader to a bruising defeat. Yes, but in terms of, you mentioned Julian, the issue with the PNP losing at this point is that Julian is the general secretary who led them to defeat.
Yes, massive defeat.
Yes. The chairman, Fitzjackson, is the chairman who guided them here. So they may have been disqualified in that too. Again, I look, the only person who may be able to really forcefully put up a hand, it is Mark Golding. Again, and in terms of selecting the leader of the opposition, if Dr. Peter Phillips decides that I am not going forward, shortly thereafter, it is really the person on the opposition side who commands the respect of the majority. So they look among themselves and say, who is there?
Well, let's go back to Derek for the final time. You might have an idea, Mr. Remsen-Moj, in respect of who are the potential candidates for cabinet positions and opposition council of spokespersons. Are there any names you'd like to see among those two groups?
Well, to be quite honest, there are very few people that I know in the young group of individuals, but there are a couple of things. One, we have to ensure that not everyone goes into cabinet. We must have a fair amount of people remaining to ensure good representation at the different constituency levels, because a lot of people, while they have a new government, would have challenges actually accessing public goods and services. We also have a Senate to consider as well. There may be extra manpower coming in to the Senate to complement a small enough cabinet, as has been suggested, roughly 15 members of a cabinet. But some of those should also include certain types of senators. We need also people with technological skills that are needed, because we have to restructure the world of work. We have to restructure how the public service operates. One person comes to my mind would be Matthew Samuda, as his name was mentioned. But for Matthew Samuda, something of the nature of the environment or of digitalization of the economy, we have all these younger people that we've got to find ways to put their skill sets to work. One of the things we must always be careful of now is that throughout the Caribbean, within recent politics, you've had voter turnout being low and people being really disinterested in politics. So one of the things we've got to do is, how do you build patriotism? How do you keep the country together along the same pathway? And how do you increase people participation or voter participation? For too long, people believe once I vote, I abdicate all sense of responsibility. That should not be so now more than ever. So you have young people, because you have to restructure how the ministries are, not just agriculture or not just education. You've got to blend the new demands for the next 20 years. This government has a responsibility to set an agenda for at least the next 10 to 15 years, regardless of who comes after them. The world and COVID-19 will make sure that we have to bring about change. With those words, I want to thank you, gentlemen, for keeping me as your guest, and wish you all the best as Jamaica moves forward.
And thank you
very much.
Thank you too so
Good
very
night.
much for joining us for this broadcast. Derek Remsmooj in Trinidad and Tobago. Dr. McAlpin, let's take your final comments on what from here on in.
Like the panel has been saying, I think I'm looking to see not just the pronouncements, but what is the way forward. The moniker of the manifesto was building stronger and building back stronger and stronger together, and those kinds of nomenclature. I'm looking to see what is the economic recovery plan, some of the aspects of which they touched on in the manifesto, but I'm looking forward to seeing that. I also think that, like Mr. Ramsamouch said, I also want to see the blend of youth in the new dispensation, in terms of some of the not necessarily rewarding, but some of the young women to get some of these ministerial spots and position. I think it is important that if 14 women contested for the JLP, 6 of them are freshman Senate representatives. They need to be a significant part of this conversation. It's not just for tokenism, but I think it is important because they are eminently trained and qualified. So I think in looking at our representation, I don't want the women to only have been important to provide an instrumental role. I think the women have an intrinsic role, and I'm looking to see that kind of representation in the cabinet. I'm also looking forward for the plan. What is the plan? What is the economic recovery plan? What is the way of dealing with the pandemic?
Darren, what now, here on it?
Well, the first thing I want to see what the priorities of the government will be, and so as soon as they get there to table that new budget to show us what the priorities are. I think that's very important. The opposition has to pick itself up quickly and be in a position to be a viable opposition from day one. I was just, honestly, looking, and I realized that only maybe 2 risers survived, Angela Brown Burke and Mark Golden.
Mm-hmm.
The other risers, they failed.
They failed. Mm-hmm. Very interesting. I'm going down the panel, and I'm going to ask Dr. Thame now, though, final comments. What now from here on in? I realize everybody has skirted the issue of the SOEs and what should be happening or what's likely to happen when the parliament resumes, but anyways, I probably have to take that one. Dr.
Well, I don't think that the government will change its perspective on SOEs.
Now more than ever.
I think that it's the way that they manage, and I think that that is, well, we're also going to see that type of management in COVID going forward because of the rising numbers. The economic issue, though, the fact that the Jamaican economy, like most economies in the Caribbean, is faced with a severe crisis. Not just arising out of COVID, but in the last quarter of 2019, it had gone into decline. So I think that addressing that and saying to us, what is this future that we are going into, is most critical at this moment.
Clive?
The stabilization of the country through this COVID period first, but thereafter, they're going to be, certainly from a legal perspective, since that is what I do, I expect that there will be some legal challenges. One of them is going to be about the states of emergency and their use in the way that has been suggested. I expect as well, in the general constitutional framework, at some point it's going to come about that whether it's through referenda or through the parliament, some progressive ideas will have to come from the parliament itself. There has been an attitude that says that we should defer these things to the courts, and the courts have constantly been repelling that and saying that you must look inwardly, seek your own caucuses and your own conventions. And I think more and more that will come about, and there will be some strategies that will have to come about that are more inventive and more innovative than the ones that have got them here thus far. So I expect that there will be some court issues about some of these things.
That means you have found the speaker,
Hmm?
Marlin Malou Ford, the speaker. Yeah, because a lot of the issues, as you mentioned, they are around the legality.
But who would be the Attorney General? Now, for my part, I think she had a tough go of it as the Attorney General.
I sense there another adjective was coming.
That was the one that came out. Right? So it's possible that she could be the Speaker.
Yes.
But the question then is, from where do you find the Attorney General? What is curious,
Ransford Bryan.
Perhaps.
It is said that he was not always as interested in taking up the post. So I heard. I don't know.
Remember, he was Attorney General for a brief while, and then
True.
the resignation, so he may have...
I think he would be a brilliant appointment if he was interested. One of the things that's very...
suggest it.
One of the things that's, like I said, I think so. But one of the things that's interesting is that there were quite a few attorneys at law who are new members. Donovan Williams, Sibbles, Tova Hamilton, Xavier Main is an attorney, Terry Long is an attorney, Kamina Johnson-Smith. I actually think she might not be a bad choice, but I don't know, the dynamic of that is really what the Prime Minister feels in terms of the advice and who has his ear. So he would have to determine that.
Let me just take Christina with her final words before we wrap up.
Jumping on the points of innovation that he spoke of, I think school is about to start in a few weeks. School is starting on Monday for tertiary students. As a youth advocate, I'm still waiting to see the tablets being delivered to the students that they promised the incumbent government. The 102,000, to be specific, they said 40,000 should be ready by school starts. It's September morning, I don't see them yet. Also to see the Wi-Fi in the rural centers that they promised, and they said that they would have started, and to also see the quality jobs that they promised. They said 100,000 jobs should be coming. I am awaiting that. So I'd want to see the timelines on those urgent issues that we're facing as young people, particularly to digital access in an equitable way, as well as to quality employment and empowerment of our young people.
That's a mouthful. Well, as we sign out for this Jamaica Votes broadcast, let's just go back through the constituencies that the Jamaica Labour Party has won and those that the People's National Party has won. The JLP column: Kingston Western, Kingston Central, St. Andrew West Rural, St. Andrew West Central, St. Andrew Eastern, St. Andrew North Eastern, St. Andrew North Central, St. Andrew North Western, St. Thomas Eastern, Portland Eastern, Portland Western, St. Mary South Eastern, St. Mary Western, St. Anne North Eastern, St. Anne North Western, St. Anne Southwestern, Trelawney Northern, Trelawney Southern, St. James East Central, St. James Central, St. James West Central, St. James Southern, Hanover Eastern, Hanover Western, Westmoreland Western, Westmoreland Central, Westmoreland Eastern, St. Elizabeth Northwestern, St. Elizabeth Northeastern, St. Elizabeth Southwestern, St. Elizabeth Southeastern, Manchester Southern, Manchester Central, Manchester Northeastern, Clarendon Northwestern, Clarendon Northern, Clarendon North Central, Clarendon Central, Clarendon Southeastern, St. Catherine Southwestern, St. Catherine Central, St. Catherine Southeastern, St. Catherine West Central, St. Catherine Northeastern, St. Catherine South Central, and St. Catherine East Central. Those are the constituencies that the Jamaica Labour Party has been declared the winner of. 46 of them, the Jamaica Labour Party still is leading in 3 seats. I'm sure by the end of night they will be declared for the JLP. They have already been called for the Jamaica Labour Party. The constituencies in which the PNP has been leading and has been declared for the People's National Party, 14 of them: Kingston Eastern and Port Royal, St. Andrew Western, St. Andrew East Central, St. Andrew Southwestern, St. Andrew Southern, St. Andrew Southeastern, St. Mary Central, St. Anne Southeastern, Manchester Northwestern, Clarendon Southwestern, St. Catherine Northwestern, St. Catherine Southern, St. Catherine North Central, and St. Catherine Eastern. Those are the constituencies declared for the People's National Party in this, the 18th general election since universal adult suffrage in 1944. It has been our pleasure bringing this broadcast to you, thanks to the entire production team. Dr. Jermaine McAlpin, he was joining us via Zoom. Also like to say thanks to Derek Remsamooj, to Darren Luton here from The Gleaner, Dr. Maziki Thame, Clive Monroe Jr., and of course, Christina Williams. I'm Damian Mitchell. Thank you for watching.
We look at life through different lenses. But with each one, we experience pride, sorrow, fear, success, joy. We grow and we change. The Gleaner, where life unfolds.
Not all multi-link debit card transactions are made equal. Some are amusing, others are fun. Some happen in the middle of the night, many happen on the run. Some are for necessities and some are just a treat. A few are unexpected and some are planned for weeks. But all of them are important, all of them unique. So Multilink empowers you with secure 24/7 all-island access to your money so you can complete the most important transaction of all, yours.
Home internet from Flow can do so much more for you. It helps you stay closer to your family wherever they are. Start a business of your own from home. High-speed online gaming, Flow Fiber is perfect for it. You can even learn something new, and you can enjoy it all with a Flow internet and home phone combo plan for a special 3-month introductory price of only $3,499 plus GCT per month. We are Jamaica's largest network. Offer ends September 30, 2020. Conditions apply.
Bills to pay and funds to transfer? No problem. I do it all on my time with JN Bank Live Online Banking. It's my simple and secure online banking.
Phone credit need a top up?
We're sorry.
No problem. I do it with JN Bank Live Online Banking. It's my quick and easy experience with just a few clicks.
JN Bank Live, online banking that goes where you go. 24-hour banking, faster, easier experience. Sign up today. Visit jnbank.com. JN Bank will help you find a way.
Things are a little different these days. But when it comes to banking, you can keep doing what you normally do, right from home. Bank your way, 24/7 with Scotiabank.
Stay connected. Get the Gleaner and the Star at your nearest supermarket, gas station, or pharmacy. Or subscribe for your home delivery or e-paper subscription today. The Gleaner and the Star have you covered with details of the impact and plans for the COVID-19 pandemic, government releases, health and other features, classifieds, postponed events, plus more. Get the Gleaner and the Star at your nearest supermarket, gas station, or pharmacy. Or by home delivery or e-paper subscription today. The Gleaner, where life unfolds. The Star, the people paper.